Rob not here tonight?
He's not here.
I know Erin's coming. Yeah.
Okay, today is August 19th. Chair Earl is running a little late, so I'm going to start the meeting. I am going to recess into executive session for any discussions of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advise that they may require that the discussion be held at an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, annual report of GEBB, professional conduct for students, unpaid leave of absence, NKESP employee, non-certified employee A, superintendent annual review rubric, director of facilities and school safety contract. 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation, legal advice, and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, review of potential legal action by the district concerning vendor submission for RIDE Stage 2, Dubois versus NKSD, RIDE 2519A. 3, any executive sessions of a local school committee exclusively for the purposes of reviewing other matters that relate to the privacy of students and their records, provided, however, that any affected student shall have been notified in advance in writing and advise that he or she may require the discussion be held in an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A8, parent appeal, transportation request denial. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. So we will come back from executive session, and I will disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session today. The next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so please join me. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Giba, moment of silence.
So I ask that the committee and members, the audience, to please pause for a moment of silence. Unfortunately, this summer we lost 4 members of the school department, 2 who are current members and 2 who had either resigned or retired. Lyndon Mustafa, who was a TA, Helen Del Santo, who was a mini bus driver, David Hoffer, who was a math teacher in his last position at NK High School before he resigned from the district, and Daniel Kershaw, who was a retiree, was a social studies teacher at NK High School. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Pace. Jennifer Lima.
Here.
Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado.
Okay, calendar, please.
Tuesday, September 19th, 7 p.m., regular business meeting, Central Admin Conference Room. August 25th, Policy Advisory Meeting, 4:30 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any presentations or recognitions?
No. This evening?
Okay, move on to citizens' comments. Thank you. Okay, Sophia?
Hi, my name is Sophia Azalina. I'm a senior at the high school, and my brother is also a sophomore. Unfortunately, last fall he broke his leg in PE and was wheelchair bound for months. I had to help him get in and out of the building and all around the school, and it proved to be extremely difficult. So today I'm here to advocate for more wheelchair accessibility at the high school. There are 2 areas in particular that I think would benefit greatly from handicap buttons, such as the media center doors and the cafeteria doors as well, because those are both major access points that as skippers we have to use every single day. And I think that everyone should feel confident getting around the school, not feeling like they have to rely on anyone. When I was pushing my brother around, it was nearly impossible for me to do it myself. We had to get one person to hold the door and then I'd have to push him. So I think something as small as just 2 handicap buttons would be greatly appreciated, especially for people who don't have the opportunity to actually recover from the handicap, like my brother, and who are permanently wheelchair bound or have other mobility devices. I know a couple people at our school who have that, and I just know they would appreciate it a lot. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Sophia, can I just ask you to
Oh,
repeat
yeah.
when you said cafeteria doors, and what was the other one you suggested?
Media center.
Thank you.
It's like our library.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to superintendent's report.
Yes. Last week we had our administrative retreat on Tuesday and Wednesday. That was August 12th and August 13th. All of the district administrators, principals, and deans convened together for the 2 days. I want to thank Ms. Mesnati for taking the time and organizing the retreat, and we had a lot of fun things we did as well, and some team building games. Ms. Mesnati and I started off the retreat with a welcome and a leadership discussion on Trusted Inspired Leadership Framework from Stephen Covey, which focuses on modeling, trusting, and inspiring our staff. And we reviewed that along with our values that we have for the school department. We did some fun team building activities with everyone. We went over the vision of the learner. Mr. Mesnati also organized a student panel. We had some students from the middle school and high school attend the retreat, and there was a panel with some question and answering and then a reflection period for all of us, and that was very inspiring for all of us of what they had to share and kind of thoughts for us of making improvements and doing other things within our schools. The next day focused on database discussions and data and goal setting, as well as a training from Attorney Hennius on investigative reports. Just a brief facilities update. I want to publicly thank Mr. Murphy, who was our Director of Facilities and School Safety, who recently resigned for a position in his hometown. He did a lot of great things for us in this district, just in facility operations. Got a lot done in this the 1 year that he was here, as well as co-chairing the building advisory committee that we have. We are actively going through interviews. We have that later on our agenda. We have bringing someone in as an interim director as well, David Conoyer. David is retired from Johnston Public Schools. David's in the audience this evening. So we've been working on school, making good progress on making sure the school buildings are ready for the start of the school. The move of the preschool to Davisville Academy is going well. We have individual projects in certain classrooms around the district where some just learning centers had to be built by our maintenance staff. ABM has done what they need to do for the cleaning. David is monitoring that. As for us, over the next week, we'll do the landscaping around the schools. It's kind of the last thing for us to do. And everything, as far as inspections all, we're moving in a good timeline to have the schools opened. Student schedules and class assignments are being released tomorrow with all of our schools. Bus routes will be released early next week. Our staff professional development is next Tuesday and Wednesday, August 27th and 28th. And the first day for our students, summer flew by, for grades 1 through 9 is September 2nd, and the first day for preschool, kindergarten, and grades 10 through 12 is September 3rd. So we are excited to welcome our students and staff back. Sad to see summer go, though.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. The first item on the agenda is a motion to seal the executive session minutes, and as I mentioned earlier, disclose that there were no votes taken today in executive session. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Before we take a motion for the consent agenda, is there anything that anyone wants to exempt from it before we vote?
Before we move on to the consent agenda, can I make a motion to amend the agenda by removing new business item I, the momentum lease, since we don't have it?
So we've been going back over the trust. As this afternoon, we had some comments back and forth.
So we can just skip that later. I don't think we need to remove it, right? We can just skip
You
it.
just skip over it
Yeah.
at the time, because you don't have it yet.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
absolutely
so we'll
true.
just skip it.
Okay.
I think that's usually what we would do. So, okay. Any other, going back to the consent agenda, is there anything anyone wants to remove? If not, I'll take a motion.
D1, 2, 4, and 5, please.
D1, 2, 4,
Oh, sorry,
and 5.
D1, 2, and 4, I only need 5.
Okay. D1, 2, and 4.
Yep.
Okay. Any others? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a motion for the consent agenda. Can I get that, please?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote to approve the consent agenda with D1, 2, and 4 removed from it. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go back to D1.
I will make a motion to approve, but I did have some questions.
So we have a motion to approve. D1, do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Jules, your choice. Okay, Ms. Lima, question?
So last year, we talked about how we were incorporating these concepts into the interactions with families, and I just wondered, is that an ongoing thing, or was that just like a one-time thing? And I know that I ask this question every year, and I'm going to ask it again. Do we have plans on expanding this to other schools? I know we do other forms of this type of thing, but specifically this.
So right now, we do not have a plan to bring conscious discipline into the other elementary schools. So that is something that is solely being a program that has been implemented at Quinnesset, and there's training that is going to be continued there at the school. Lydia, you can.
And I'm going to ask the same follow-up question I ask every year. Why not?
So, conscious discipline, it's a umbrella of a thought process, right, of discipline. I think there was a need for that to be put in place at Quinnesset, and it was started there. We have not branched out and bringing that to other schools at this time. There are other programs that are being used at other schools that have been successful with, and that is why we have not brought conscious discipline at the other elementary schools at this time.
Can someone remind me what the program was called that we were sending the administrators to for discussion? Is that different
Yeah,
than?
it's- yeah.
PBIS.
That's
Positive
PBIS.
behavioral intervention
Yeah.
supports. I also add that conscious discipline at Quintessence paid for through Title I funds, which are funds that are not available to other schools,
Yep.
and that does factor in significantly. Given that, and as Dr. Earl mentioned, the positive behavioral interventions and supports (PBIS) is not the same as conscious discipline. It is not as comprehensive as conscious discipline, but it is still in the same spirit, if you will, of promoting and advocating for a positive approach to culture and behavior and school environment and engagement and things like that. So it isn't the same as conscious discipline. I'm not going to say it is, but it is something that is within the same value system, within the same goals that we're looking for.
And is that at all the other schools?
PBIS?
Yeah.
It is.
It is, okay.
Any other questions regarding this item?
You had a
Just-
question
I did
about
have
the
a
family
question.
involvement
Yeah.
and the Lydia piece.
So
Well, you just need to go to the microphone.
If you don't mind, just introduce
Thank you.
yourself, Lydia, please.
Lydia Hanhart, Title I, I'm the Title I coordinator for the district. So the approach that we've taken with regard to parent involvement in terms of the conscious discipline is to really infuse it into different aspects of materials that get sent home, rather than organizing a freestanding event, which was what we had considered in the past, and it was less successful. Rather taking different, like one program that we did at one point, where the kids presented about brain states, which is one aspect of conscious discipline, and so really trying to infuse into the language that we use with families within the classrooms that kids are sharing with their families, and kind of calling that out in different communications, whether it's classroom-based newsletters, school-wide newsletters or communications, or at specific family programs that we are having at the school. So it's kind
So
of
it is an
it's
ongoing thing.
infused,
Okay.
right, as opposed to like a freestanding thing.
Okay, great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Were there other questions about the conscious discipline program? While
Any
I'm
other
standing
questions? Just wanted to confirm that we have received the Title I funding that we're allocating.
Yes.
The funds are in.
Yep.
That's it?
Anything else? Okay, hearing no other questions, we have, did you do a motion to approve?
I did.
Great. We have a motion to approve conscious discipline contract for Quintessence Elementary School. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next one was D2.
I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
And then I just wanted to confirm, does this include the chaptering like the town council?
Yeah, so Chaz Pasenko, IT supervisor. Yes, so I actually pulled up my confirmation just to make sure. So it'll include closed captioning. Little thing I wanted to add that I didn't know, which is kind of cool. English and Spanish,
Oh, awesome.
by the way, kind of neat. But yes, it includes the indexing, which is the term you're talking about.
Awesome, great. And when will this be up and running?
As soon as I can. This will be officially our current software. Will go end of support in a couple months.
Okay.
They've basically waived that for us since we have a transition plan. So if we purchase this, they'll keep it. But I don't want to wait that long. My hope is by end of September would be my
okay.
actual goal. At the latest, it would be the end of October.
So soon, yeah.
This year, 100%.
Okay, awesome, thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome.
Other questions regarding this purchase? Andrew, I just had one question for you about the sole source, making sure that that was the correct way. I assumed it was because we have the town has it and we're within that platform, so I felt like it was okay, but I just wanted to confirm.
Yep.
It was the compatible one?
Yeah, if it's based on compatibility with the system you already have in place, then it would be sole source.
Yep, but we don't have the system, it's new, but the town
But
has
the town
it.
has it,
Yeah.
you're integrating
Yep.
with them, yep.
Yep,
That
I
would
just wanted to
qualify.
double check. Perfect. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Hearing no other questions or comments, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then D4.
I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
My question was, I noticed that there was a note in here that the current bid is slightly exceeds the amount that was noted in the emergency funding, and it was noted that attempts are being made to lower it, but in the event that that's not possible, where does the balance of the funding come from?
So it is our hopes that we are going to work with the vendor to get that amount down to what is budgeted. If not, we'll have to make a request to move from melons.
Okay.
Jen, do we want to make a motion to approve and not to exceed? So it's almost like at the actual amount that the 118, 199?
I'm okay with the 121, I just wanted to know if they had a plan for that, but if you want to put it in at the 118, I would be okay with supporting that if you wanted to do
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with, but you'd have to take.
Okay, I'll pull my motion back.
So if we do that, saying not to exceed the 118, if the company comes back and says, no, we're not going to adjust, we'll have to go back out.
Oh, we'll have to go back.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm personally fine with, if for some reason we can't get it to the 118, there's a $3,760 difference, which is like, I think, absorbable from the fund balance if that gets to that point. Because I do know that this project is really important. This is something that we've been talking about for a bit for Hamilton. And also, like, if we go back out to bid, there's a possibility that the bids will come in higher than this.
If we had to go back out to bid, I don't
Yeah.
want to do that then.
So
That's
I would
fine.
just be comfortable approving it, knowing that 118 will come out of the emergency fund request. If needed, 371.60 would come out of the capital fund balance, and then go from there. Like, I think that's okay.
And can I just make a request on top of it that, again, on the cover sheet, it always tells us like where the money's coming from, because this is, bond money or what have you, whatever source it's coming from. Thanks.
I'll make a note too.
So do you want the motion to
You can just-
specify, do you want me to change the motion to specify that? or
It's
just
as
approve it?
stated. So, like it's stated in the memo. So, Andrew, do we?
Yep, as presented,
It doesn't say in the memo though where the extra funds would come from.
with the understanding
That
that
was
the
why
extra
I
funds
asked
would come
the
from the general
question,
fund. Yep, I would put that in the
Is it
motion.
general fund or is it?
You said general fund, right?
Fund balance.
He
Fund
said
balance, I'm
balance.
sorry, fund
Yeah,
balance.
so just make that then.
Okay, so I will withdraw that motion and I will make a new motion to approve this request with the original amount coming from the emergency fund and the additional dollars if needed coming from the capital fund.
A second.
Any discussion? No. Did we have a timeline on this?
I will get that for you, of when they're actually gonna come in and start.
I guess being that it'll likely be during just making sure to communicate to families, et cetera, if there's going to be any disruption in education or whatnot as we install said work. Oh, that's okay. That was just the only thing, just making sure that folks are aware and that we try to do as much as possible to not disrupt their learning. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, hearing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item E. Can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to, that was part of consent.
Oh, just kidding. Moving on to reports. The first report is the Building Advisory Committee.
Do you want to provide that update, or you?
Yeah, you can do it.
Sure.
Thanks.
At our last building advisory committee meeting, we had a presentation, actually you're going to get the same presentation as tonight, was a presentation for Eastman on the updated plans for Whitfield Middle School. And then we also spent the majority of the time discussing the capital improvement projects for the bond and the need to reprioritize those projects based on the project's cost, timeline, and as well as we had a discussion regarding the walls being put in at Fishing Cove, Stony Lane, and Quenesset, and the concern with being able to put those walls in with this current project. And that we're going to talk in more depth in the presentation that you'll have. We also made a recommendation, the Building Advisory Committee made a recommendation to, that we voted on, to accept the reprioritized capital improvement plan list that was presented that night, and to provide that to the school committee for review and for future approval. And that's what will be reviewed during the presentation later.
Any questions regarding the Building Advisory Committee report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next one, Budget and Finance Advisory Committee.
Okay, I can get that. We had our last meeting on June 25th, and we put some goals together for the 25-26 school year. One was just to schedule a meeting so we have adequate time to review the budget, to give recommendations to the school committee, to stay on target with our quarterly reports, and to include the enterprise accounts. Also to look into ways to support students, like an example is the credit card fees being paid on the school cafe purchases, long-term capital improvements, also if there's ways we can help complementing other advisory committees, and then putting together some financial management best practices. And we have not scheduled our next meeting yet, but we will soon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to unfinished business. The first item on the agenda is the capital improvement / 2024 bond project with the update of the Whitford Middle School plan. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva and Perkins.
Yes. So we have our contractors with us this evening. Sam Bradner is from Paradigm, who is our project manager, Ed Kuhn, who is the architect with DBW, and Matt Abraham is also here with Paradigm, and Tina Greco, one of the architects with Perkins Eastman. So let Sam start.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Sam Bradner, Parent Group. I wasn't able to make the last meeting, so pleased to meet everybody this evening. I'll give a quick 101 on what our goal, where we are in process, and I think the superintendent did a great job of kind of where we are in progress. We've been doing a lot of meetings. I know we met with you folks last month, or maybe it was even earlier this month. We've been meeting with the Building Advisory Committee on a regular basis, also having working meetings offline. So the goal for tonight is really just an inline update on the kind of iterative process that we're going through. We do plan to be before both the Building Advisory Committee as well as the school committee in early September with a formal review and hope for approval of the Stage 2 addenda that's going to go in the middle of September. But what we really wanted to do tonight was just give you folks an update. You've seen a little bit of this if you've watched any of the Building Advisory Committee meetings. So again, it's informational, but also going back to the superintendent's comment, there was a recommendation to kind of move forward on the CIP side with a realignment of the CIP projects. So Ed from DBVW tonight will walk through kind of what that presentation looked like a couple of weeks ago. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tina Greco and let her walk through her presentation, and then Ed will do his.
Good evening, everyone. Tina Greco from Perkins Eastman Architects, and I'm just going to be walking through where we are with the Whitford Middle School. Thank you. So we can go to the next slide. So as Sam was just describing, we've been going through a process, and it's important to kind of note, the team that's involved. And this slide here just shows, as we prepared the documents that we just submitted to the cost estimator on August 6th, this was the team that we had on the design side for Whitford Middle School. We had the structural engineer, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing and fire protection engineers. That's the MEP-FP. We had our kitchen consultant. We also, from the site, so that's for the building portion, and then for the site, we had landscape and site civil, which is PAR, and then as I just mentioned, the package that we put together, which included drawings and narratives, went to the estimator, and our estimator on this project is Ilana. So we can go to the next slide. And actually, sorry, one last thing. As we move forward, we're going to continue to bring in additional consultants. So we have the acoustic consultant, for example. We have the code consultant, the security consultant. But that's the team that has been working on this. So this is the diagram that shows, big picture, what is the plan that we're working with on the Wickford Middle School project. As you know, the building has, in our last addendum to RIDE, went from that 2-story footprint to what we were calling the compact 3-story footprint, with the 3 stories of the academic wing. And then the 1-story, kind of what we call the big box spaces, which are the cafeteria, the gym primarily. In this last iteration, we also have the music room that's brought out in that box that's shown as yellow. What this plan also shows is the way the site works. So we have the building sited, and it was turned in such a way so that it optimizes its relationship to the sun. And that works in 2 ways. It works for its high performance, working towards reduction of load in terms of what is required for the mechanical systems to work, as well as controlling. It's the best way to control the glare that comes into the classrooms from the windows. The other thing that this plan has allowed us to do are there's some really good opportunities in our last design. We were using that curb cut that shows the red X there. We're now in this latest design not going to have that curb cut. So not only is that cost savings, we're looking at every move that we make, we look at with a lens of how to make this as economical as possible, but it was also a bit close to that intersection at Phillips and Tower Hill. So that was a great move on many different fronts. Maybe we could go to the next slide. So then what happens is we take that diagram, and then everything starts to evolve into these documents that are then, we can price, they are better detailed, and this is that sort of next step in terms of the site drawing. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we had the landscape architect, which is Richter Segan, and PAR as our site civil engineer, and us. We're all working together to look at that location of the building, look at the program needs for the site, and how that all fits together. One thing to note is that on the program front, we've always had the cars and the buses separated. That's and you can see that the yellow. Well, just to highlight that, the yellow rectangles shown there are the buses, and you can see that bus route that it does not cross with the car traffic, which is depicted in blue. We can go to the next slide. And then this is just that basic diagram of the building. Again, that top row is the 3-story, primarily academic spaces with that green. So it goes from the first floor, the second floor, to the third floor. And so the partie, or the organization of the building, is 3-story academic, and then again, sort of those 1-story structures down at the south side. What it does is it creates a nice sort of space that has southern exposure for the entry, and that it also allows for an optimal organization, and again that optimal orientation to the sun. We can go to the next slide. So then these next 3 slides are just basically, again, like we went from that diagram that was the site to that illustrative drawing of the site of the site development. We're doing that same kind of thing for all the architectural plans. So these 3 next slides show the first, second, and third floor. And one thing I do want to also highlight, the other great thing from a vertical standpoint, the way this has been organized, is that the first floor has the administrative portion on that bottom area, and then it has the art rooms, those shared spaces, including the art and the media center, and the cafeteria at the end. And then that allows us to have basically the second floor devoted to the 6th grade, and then the third floor devoted to the 7th and 8th grade. And then the classrooms are clustered so that it does support what we're, sort of that teaming environment or the smaller group learning, where each grade has a resource room associated with it. So you start to get those neighborhoods along the spine of the double or the corridor. And that's it. So any questions or thoughts?
Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee?
My only comment is am I understanding that the softball field is not being touched?
Oh, good question. I'm really glad you brought that up. So one of our strategies is we were looking at how can the existing softball field as an asset be, maintained. Certainly that is something that we've always wanted the softball field to be there. It is always something that could be done now or later. And that is a way that you could, control costs. We are, when we're doing the estimating, we are looking at what does it cost to repair and improve the softball field, as well as surface drainage that would improve it.
Okay.
But so we're looking at it that way. It's
just like from a comment from like a overall standpoint, if like the entire footprint of that campus is new, with the exception of the girls softball team.
Totally. Yeah,
Okay.
It is something that we just have to big picture, looking at different ways of approaching that,
Okay.
and certainly things that could be done now or later. But we are getting a price for that,
When you mean
or an estimate.
When you mean and or later, you mean not within the scope of this project. Like we would have to find different and additional funds. Is that what you mean, or?
So it just means when we look at, we're just getting a price. We're getting an estimate for it. When we're looking at when we get the estimates in, then we look at the big picture, and if there's something, we would come before everyone and review that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the presentation?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on.
Good evening, everybody. Ed Safune, DPVW Architects. And I'd like to start, if possible, with the presentation. I know we gave you a lot of information, one of which was the summary, but I think if we go through the presentation, the summary will kind of dovetail with that, and then we can approach the CIP list that we also included for review at the end of that. Next slide. So when we reviewed this with the administration and the school building committee, we looked at the reprioritization of the CIP plan, and sort of the new scope of work after looking at everything holistically is really trying to focus primarily on the 5 to 10 year needs, and to focus on the roof replacement at all the buildings except Davisville Middle, which was recently done. Largest issue, which is issue number 2, parity between both Wickford and Davisville, which was something that wasn't fully developed prior to, and we're trying to put more emphasis on what we can accomplish now within this program of work in the bond money, and sort of set up a longer-term master plan approach to what Davisville could become. And really, the idea with that is the more we can squeeze into this bond, that's what we're going to try and do, but it comes down to dollars. And much like the Perkins team on Wickford, we sent our documents out for pricing, and we expect them at the end of the month. And until we know where all of this scope falls, we really don't know how much we're going to be able to accomplish. That'll be something we'll come back and discuss at a later meeting. And then thirdly, the stabilization of the elementary schools. And in order to do that, the reprioritization sort of, and we'll get into it in future slides here in a moment, but it takes the open plan classroom conversion off the table for now. and I'll explain why in a moment. But the elementary schools, in addition to the roofs, would have secure entry vestibules included, deal with the accessibility in terms of getting in and out of the buildings, install new and or renovated media centers in each one of the elementary schools, which would also have a small group instruction room, which we'll show you as well, and some other limited work, just to basically give you that time to come up with a longer term plan to address those buildings. And then based on our conversations back and forth with RIDE, we needed to identify the emergency fund request work that was already put in place, because they also look at that holistically with the bond. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the look at the district in terms of where the schools are, what the ages are, what the capacities of them are, as RIDE sees them and what you actually have in them based on what the demographic study showed. We looked at all of that, and concurrent with this, I know we've had discussions about the redistricting study that may or may not happen at this point, but again, just trying to look at this holistically. Next slide. So back to the open plan classrooms. I think when this work was originally anticipated, the scope was a little bit optimistic relative to what actually needed to be done. When we walked through all of the buildings back in June, we noticed there was a lot more need and a lot more complexity, particularly in these buildings. When these buildings were originally constructed, I'm going to come over here just for a second. Stony Lane and Quidnesset are actually identical, with the exception of the additions that were put on later. The original buildings were anticipated as open plan rooms. So they have very limited exterior windows. There's plenty of egress doors, which is a good thing, but not very many windows. And Stony Lane, when the 96 edition went on for the gym and the other classroom areas there, you'll see that they actually blocked the windows that were available on the north side. There's a skylight along this area of the addition to try and get some natural light into both the original classrooms and the classrooms that were put into the addition. But again, very little exterior windows. So we looked at what would be necessary in order to do this work. And although it sounds deceptively simple to just say, let's take out all of the movable partitions and furniture and just build walls, all of the mechanical systems, the electrical infrastructure, the technology that was put in 1971 was geared for an open room with low partitions, so all of that air and acoustics would communicate. For us to do this justice and set it up for a long-term solution, we need to go in there and do what's called a gut renovation. And by that I mean we need to take all the ceilings down, we need to get rid of all of the finishes that are inside of the space, basically bring it back to its shell. And most importantly, deal with the mechanical system that wasn't designed to have all of these individual spaces with individual control. Again, going back to the natural light and the exterior window problem, it's not a small thing to solve. Again, on the south side of the building, we have opportunity to cut in new windows. That was never part of the plan previously. On the north side, particularly here at Stony, because the building is blocked in by those additions, we don't have that opportunity. So we sort of took a step back and just did a back-a-napkin analysis of what it would cost to do all of the area in red, and then again, based on our observations, the area in orange were things that, while we're there, we might as well. And by that I mean in moving spaces around and trying to plan where the new classrooms would best be suited, those spaces now come into play. There are spaces in both Stony Lane, Quidnesset, and Fishing Cove that are not sized per the Rhode Island regulations if we were going to build it new, which we would be forced to follow with our new work because we're touching it. And again, this litmus test, if you look, we just took the square footage of that red and orange area and did a quick gut check of what it might cost to do that work. And between all three buildings, we came up with a cost of between $30 and $32 million just for those three buildings. And in talking with the building committee, that would leave us, again, back in Acton for the roof work, about $15 to $16 million for all the roof replacements. And that really only leaves us $3 to $4 million available to tackle the entire rest of the CIP list that was put together, and what is also still now in the mix relative to the reprioritization. So yes, we could do it. It would be costly, and we wouldn't be able to tackle everything else that was in your plan. Most importantly, in looking at this, phasing becomes an issue relative to actually doing the construction work on these buildings. There is no swing space. There's no other place to put kids temporarily to say, we can take the population of Stony, as a for instance, for a year, move them into another building, and do that intensive renovation here. So in planning that work, we're really trying to squeeze as much as we can into the 6 to 8 week summer blitz to get the work done. And I'm going to step away again. I can't. We were looking at trying to do maybe the south side of the building one summer, the north side another summer, the middle another summer, and then the balance in the fourth summer, which means that the disruption to the building would be spread over 4 years, and what we'd be left with in the interim is sort of a difficult prospect. In terms of trying to plan the work responsibly from our side, from the design side, so that it can be implemented during construction, things like new electrical equipment, new mechanical equipment, those are long lead items, and they usually take anywhere from 9 to 12 months to actually procure. So just in terms of trying to get that in the mix, we'd be looking to maximize this over all 5 summers, I think, in order to get all the work done. And the difficulty at Stony Lane is, given the population and the 3-track school that it is, all of the spaces when we looked at them actually didn't fit in the existing container. So if you go to the next slide, I think the next one is Quidnesset. Quidnesset's a little bit easier because this is a 2-track school, and we're not pinned in again by that lack of natural light ability on the north side. This one could actually work. It's again, you know, the balance of what the objective is. We'd be focusing a lot of the attention on these 3 schools and really not so much on the others.
Ed, could you just explain maybe to the public what the difference is between a 2-track and a 3-track school?
Sure. The 2-track school has 2 grades per class, and the 3-track has 3. So the difficulty becomes back at Stony again, trying to get 3 first grades, 3 second grades, 5 kindergarten classrooms, believe it or not, in there. Again, in terms of trying to get something that's reasonable both from an education standpoint and compliance with RIDE standards becomes almost impossible in that container in Stony Lane, because to have a classroom with no exterior view and no natural light is not something I don't think any of us want to end up with at the end of the day. Flipping ahead, if you would, to Fishing Cove. This building is a little less challenging because that piece on the right-hand side of the plan, the 2-story section of the building, was actually built at the same time as Quidnesset and Stony Lane as an open plan classroom. The original building doesn't have the same sort of limitations that we'd be dealing with for the conversion. It has its own issues, but here it's much less square footage that would be involved. But still, it's in that $30 to $32 million back in napkin gut check. So in terms of trying to get the most accomplished in this program, if you flip to the next slide, focusing on a plan for how we would deliver this. We're thinking that the high school roof is a big issue we don't want to lose next summer. So we would structure one bid package for the high school roof replacement and try and get that done next summer. The second focus would be the elementary schools in plural, and we would split them up to try and do half in one summer and half in the other. And I'll explain the scope in a minute a little bit further. And then Davisville would be a separate bid package because depending on the extent of work, that's sort of its own project. And trying to get, the CIP is a little difficult to wrap your head around because everyone focuses on the lists. And the lists are great to try and figure out what the needs are, but they all have to be pulled back into a project. And how the project gets delivered, how long it's going to take to actually execute, and what gets accomplished to try and make as minimal entities involved in the process as possible so that we have fewer people to maintain relationships with contractually, and also, to minimize finger pointing. We want one contractor responsible for that scope of work, period. That's the ideal. Flipping ahead, the high school is really focused on the roof replacement. We do realize that we need to deal with the guardrails in the auditoriums and the lack of grab bars in the ambulatory toilet stalls in the restrooms. That's also part of this. Again, for submission compliance requirements with RIDE, we're including the work that's already been included and approved as part of the emergency fund request, which is the water fountains in this particular case and the flooring that you discussed earlier. Go to the next slide. Davisville, again, the focus is back on parity. I'm going to step away again. We looked at what was here and how the spaces were arranged and tried to equate this back to what is being proposed at Whitford to try and say, okay, look, the middle school experience ultimately wants to be as similar as possible, understanding there are differences between the two populations. And most importantly, the differences in the junior high that this was designed for originally, how the gym and the PE complex was set up, the fact that there's an existing original wood shop here, how can we leverage that? How do we deal with this beautiful central courtyard that's there, just screaming for improvement, to being re-engaged with the school? And then trying to reimagine the two-story classroom wing to get more of those amenities that Tina mentioned that are going to be planned at Whitford with the breakout spaces and the small group instruction rooms and where the science labs are located, actually real labs as opposed to classrooms. If you go to the next slide. The master plan here is to try and get some of that spirit in here by reallocating where some of the rooms actually are and then renovating select areas to put robotics down by the wood shop to get a technology wing. Trying to get the art rooms and music here so that this becomes a STEAM corridor long term. That the courtyard gets improved and we get opportunities to get directly out from the art room and from the lower level of the classroom so that the kids have better ability to get in and out of that space. Creating a new outdoor classroom, building on the work that's already been done with the grant money that you guys have started this summer to improve that space. Renovating the media center, creating a secure vestibule and actually a secure main lobby to keep people out of the rest of the building when functions are happening here, as well as a secure lobby down here so that after school or weekend events in the gym can be separated from the rest of the classrooms. We don't have those accordions anymore to deal with. There'll be all security doors in place. Reimagining the main entry sequence with a new entrance, welcoming entrance, to show that the school's been reinvented with a new canopy to come in. So it's similar in experience with what the kids are going to have at Whitford. Granted, we can't do, wholesale skin replacement, and nor is it warranted at this point. But we're trying to leverage those things in terms of trying to get a better long-term plan. Most importantly, that young lady mentioned the accessibility issues at the high school. Here, the accessible route from the main level down a half a level to the lower portion of the classroom wing, or up a half a level to the classroom wing, you have to go down this lift and then get to another elevator. And if I'm on this side of the wing, on the second floor, I have to go all the way down, do my thing, come all the way back to get to either the media center or the multi-purpose room. We're proposing to put in a new 3-stop elevator on this side so that the circulation is sort of seamless, no matter what your ability is to get through the building. Reimagining the locker rooms to take what is really not used or necessary at the middle school level anymore, and just renovating what is the existing girls' locker room for middle school use, and repurposing the boys' locker room for storage. It's things like that. Dealing with the mechanical systems, the operable partitions that were on the CIP list, making real classroom divisions, taking some of the lockers out selectively in the building to try and make it look less institutional. There are 1,000 lockers in this building. We only have 500 kids. So there's the ability to sort of think about this now. You know, how much of this we're going to be able to do with the bond, we're not there yet. We're getting there, but you can build on this. So if we're only able to accomplish, let's say, half of what I just explained, you have a roadmap for the next 10, 20 years to make this happen and peck away at it. And I think that's a great story to tell relative to what Wickford and Davisville will set the town up for in middle school education. And then focusing back on the elementaries. In lieu of doing all those hard partitions around the space, focus on creating a real media center at the heart of the building with full height walls, glass, that small group instruction room, and fitting it up to be sort of a centerpiece for education in the building. Take some of the heat off of what the limitations are with the rest of the building. Again, focusing on that secure vestibule, the roof. Simple things like all of these buildings, with the exception of the high school, just painting them to try and brighten them up and to show that, you know, something's been done positively. If the budget allows, we really want to replace furniture, and particularly in these media centers, if we don't include the right furniture in these spaces from the beginning, they're not going to be useful. They're not going to look right neither. We took what was, with the exception of that open plan classroom conversion, and put all of the rest of the CIP elements as an add alternate. They're in no particular order. We just took them from the base scope and moved them down, and we're going to try and get prices on them, and we'll see where they fall. How much of them get done is going to be based on the budget and what your decisions are. But they're not gone. That was the point I was trying to make. And if you flip through quickly through the rest of them, Stony Lane, again, similar situation. Fishing Cove, it's in a different spot, but similar situation. That would get full height walls, and we would deal with that. And in the case of the other elementary schools like Hamilton, we're trying to work within the areas of where those spaces are currently and try and creatively expand where we can. This one actually had a little bit of space available next door, and there was an existing storage room that makes this media center a little bit nicer and more spacious than it is currently. Forest Park, same deal. Trying to grab some extra space in here without displacing program to make that space a little bit more size appropriate for the population that's there. And then Davisville, the real focus here is the secure entry vestibule and the roof and some other accessibility issues out on the site. Or next, I think that's it. Thank you. And the list that we put together, that we sent out ahead of time, actually have all of these items listed out in that priority order, and they correlate with not only the proposed construction schedule that we showed in the one slide, but also where those items were in the previous list, to try and correlate, you know, it was this item before and now here it is. So I know I spoke too much, but does anybody have any questions? It's a lot.
This was a very thorough presentation, and I think if we had had this at the last meeting, it would have answered a lot of questions, so thank you for putting this all together.
We weren't there yet.
No, I understand that. So I thank you for putting it together. It explains a lot. My only comment is, and I understand that we have information now that we didn't have then, and you know, I understand like the parity between the middle schools, and you know, I listened to the building advisory committee, and you know we have one high school, we know we have two middle schools. We're unsure what the long-term plan is for the elementary schools. My concern is that this is not dramatically, but it is a different shift than what the bond was sold on. And my concern, and Ken, I've expressed this to you, is that you know the voters voted on one thing, and this is not that. And I understand the reasons for that, but that is something that I think needs to be clearly communicated, because not everybody is going to sit through this 20-minute.
Where did it go? Why did it
Why
change?
did it-
Right, exactly.
And you know, parity between the middle schools that's the reason why we went out with one middle school in the first place, right? And the thing that we had initially put this together for, we specifically stressed parity between the elementary schools, and now we've pivoted from that. And I personally am not confident that 5 to 10 years from now that this town is going to be prepared to make a long-term plan or to go out for another bond. And I am concerned. I wholeheartedly believe that there should be parity between the middle schools, and I would love to see that two middle schools look like that. But I'm concerned that we are not putting enough focus into the elementary schools with this current plan. I understand the money is finite, but that is my concern, is that we are kind of we're being short-sighted in terms of what we're addressing in terms of the elementary schools.
Yeah, and I'll jump in. You and I had that conversation, and I understand what you're saying regarding the concern of when we first had these conversations and presented the CIP and said, you know, we're looking for bond money to do the work. The list was in a different order and had the addition of the walls on it, which now we're saying we're taking off. And I think Ed did a very good job explaining the reasons why.
Yep, I understand that. Yep.
Take it off, and I think that's something the community, you know, hopefully, you know, will understand why we're doing that and making that shift. We're still doing work in all of the elementary schools, right? Every elementary school is still getting some work. It might not be the classroom walls. The other items are still on there, and you know, as Ed said, when we go back out, you know, we had to go back out for another cost estimate. When that comes back in, we can prioritize projects based on cost, and we are doing more with the middle school. And again, it's going to be that long-term plan. I know, you know, when I was out, there was conversations about the long-term plan for the district. So that is something we're looking at, right? And this is part of that long-term plan of moving in that direction of saying, where are we going to be in the next 15, 20, 25 years, looking at the schools, putting together a plan of what that work could be, right? What we're proposing for that work, thinking of the infrastructures that are needed within the schools. And as far as the elementary schools, with our investigation around redistricting, what is going to happen with the 5 elementary schools, right? And that is something that we're going to continue working on this year. We'll find out if we're going to accept the proposal or not to bring in a consultant to help with that work. But that will help guide us as well in the direction of what do we need for the elementary schools. We're still taking care of infrastructure, right? Thinking of the exterior of the buildings, keeping the buildings safe, dry, and warm, updating some of the learning experiences by updating the media centers for the schools and looking at what more do we need to do for the future.
You know, and I understand, like, right now, we don't need to prioritize, we're putting everything on the list, we don't need to decide right
We're
now.
not putting everything on the list, so some things that
Well,
were on the
that's,
list are add-ons.
that's where I'm,
add-ons.
but like, one of the things we talked about was gymnasiums, the schools that don't have gymnasiums, like, do those remain on the list?
We put them on beyond the 5-year look. We are trying to get them priced so that we'll have a better accurate range of what they're going to cost.
Those are currently on as the ad alternates, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
those are ad alternates.
So those are getting submitted as part of the submission?
So
So-
that would,
oh,
that would
yep,
be,
sorry.
again, the cost estimate, right, and those would still be ad alternates as they are under the plan that we previously saw.
I should have mentioned this at the very beginning, but now's a good time. What we are submitting to RIDE in terms of the total ask from a dollar standpoint is going to exceed the bond by design.
Yep.
We were
Yeah,
encouraged to do that. What we're going to be able to accomplish with the confines of what we have is our reality. But the idea is that if even contingency funds or bond premiums or anything that comes along the pike within our 5-year window can be put back to the project, you could then tackle any of those things that were approved without having to go back and ask for them.
And those priorities have shifted also, like some of the things that we had not even approved as coming out of the bond are now all of a sudden in the bond, so that concerns me also. I guess what I'm saying is I see the concept, I see where we're going, I understand that, but what I'm asking is at what point do we have to say, these are the things that we are 100% moving forward with? Just these, nothing else?
We already,
No, in terms of like,
With what we're saying.
once we get the estimates.
Right, so when
The September meeting.
Right, so that would be what is submitted for the stage 3.
Well, plus the extra.
I'm sorry.
Plus whatever the extra ask is going to be.
Right, in addition, but what she was saying, like, when do we need, we'll have to have this list prioritized for the stage 2 submission, right? So at our
well, that's different from what I
next-
heard at the last meeting, right? Was that we didn't have to prioritize it now, we just had to agree that we were gonna put it forward.
No, I mean, when we submit stage 2, we have to we're putting it forward.
Right, but that's
Like-
what I'm saying, but the stage 2 is bigger than the bond money.
Right. it
Correct.
would be
Right.
bigger, right?
Yes.
So that way, you're asking for more, so it's approved, so
Yes.
within the next 5 years, there's funding
Yeah.
to do so.
Yes.
Other thoughts or comments from the committee, questions?
So, sorry, that didn't answer my question, maybe I didn't ask it the right way. So like, we're saying we're gonna put through X amount of dollars, which we know is more than the bond money. I'm asking at what point do we all have to come to consensus on the amount that is the bond money amount?
Meaning what projects we're going to do
Yes.
with the bond money.
Yes.
So that, my understanding, when we submit the stage 2,
That is as
we
part
have
of
to
that?
have
Okay.
a prioritized
Okay.
list.
Mhm.
So, I mean, can something change?
Yep.
Yes, because as we move forward, right, there might be a reason structurally or whatever
Yep.
to, instead of doing project A, we're doing project B. And that's why you're wanting to make sure everything, putting everything through, so everything is approved for reimbursements.
Other questions, comments? I want to express my concern about what we sold the voters versus what we are now saying or what is being proposed to us. Because I think, I appreciate everything that you presented to us, but honestly, none of it was new. Like, these were all things that we had talked about previously when we were making the hard decisions to make the original CIP list that we made. And we knew we wanted to do a lot more. We knew we wished that DMS could be as grand and amazing as WMS was going to be, but we made the hard decisions about where to allocate the funds and how to distribute the CIP list. So I took tours with those buildings more times than I would want to. I understand that we have more need than we have funding for, but I think I'm particularly concerned about the fact that we went out to our town, and this is the second, not the first bond, the second bond, and we said every school, every student, improvements to all 9 schools, and we said renovations, Davisville Middle School, new 21st Media Center, replace portions of the walls with permanent walls, new student lockers, new instructional spaces for mental health staff, new conference room, bathroom upgrades, new gym divider with an asterisk on it.
That's all still there.
Yep. Elementary schools, classroom walls at Stony Lane, Fishing Cove, and Quinnesset Elementary. district-wide, new roofs, HVAC, ADA requirements, and security vestibules. And that was like very clearly what we sold the voters. And I understand the complexity of Quinnesset and Fishing Cove and Stony Lane. I understood the complexity then when we put this forward. We understood that we are putting money into old schools. We did that knowingly because we don't believe that this town is going to put out another bond based on history while we have an existing bond out. And so we're talking, it's a 20-year bond, right? So we're talking likely 20 years of students that are going to be in those schools that we know are not the same experience as their other classmates. And like, media centers are nice, but kids are in there for 1 hour a week, right? Like, paint is nice, but it doesn't help a student that can't focus in a classroom that doesn't have walls. Like, and so, although I totally understand the presentation, like, it's not what we sold them, and that makes me feel icky because I went out very confidently and said to our neighbors and the students that we're responsible for, this is what we're doing. And now we're being proposed with something that is not what we said we were going to do.
I have a question for everybody who was here prior to all this being done. Did you all, it's pretty simple, did you all really know the extent of the cost of the walls and all of the needing it to be, so you knew that it was going to eat up
all of the bond. But I
pretty
was going to
much
ask that
all of
question
the
too.
60
Like, when
million.
you put the
Actually,
bond
50
out,
That
did you
wasn't the
know?
cost we were given.
It wasn't the cost that we were
Right.
given, but we
So
knew
then
that
you
it wasn't.
didn't know,
We
like,
didn't
all
know
that
it was
went
a
into it.
simple project, but
so
we
that,
were.
so that's all I'm asking. Like, either you did know or you didn't know. But if you didn't know, that's okay to say we weren't given the proper information. I gotta be honest with you, I was coming to all these meetings, building subcommittee and everything, and this is the first time from these vendors that I'm hearing how much has to go into new walls. And to be honest with you, if I had known that, I would have been saying no way, because I actually was in favor of the new walls. My children are at Stony, and I would really have appreciated walls. But knowing all of the code that has to be brought up, all the building, systems that have to be adjusted, all of the stuff that you just described, and all of the detail that we've been hearing that maybe the public hasn't, but it's all out there. And even our new building advisory committee member, Steve Ferrara, was asking some excellent questions at the last meeting because he's in the business. So that just those walls alone, like you guys always say, once you start digging, it's like peeling an onion back and you keep going and going and going. So I really cannot believe that in good faith you're sitting here saying, we did know that, because if so, then I don't understand why you would want to eat up all of the bond money, the $60 million in just walls, because that was not equitable whatsoever with just 2.5 buildings being touched. So I'm just trying to understand, I think the reality, I know the reality is that a lot of this is new information or a lot more detail than we had gotten in the past. And the reality is just, we didn't have this prior to the bond being passed, which is probably why you're not really supposed to pass the bond before you kind of have more of a plan, but that's neither here nor there at this point. So I think that the reality is that we are getting more information now, and it's just unfortunate, and it's just where we are. So, we can discuss all day long what happened in the past, but here we are. So we have to decide how we're going to move forward. And right now, I'm against putting in walls for 2.5 schools, whether we promised it or not, because it is a lot of work that is just unrealistic if we want to maintain the schools. Just maintain. I'm not even talking improve. I'm talking maintain the existing other 6.5 facilities.
I don't disagree with you. Based on the new information that we have, I don't disagree with you there. I think it's unfortunate that we didn't have it, but it's not just it's not just the walls. There's other reprioritization that's happened. But my other question is so understanding that we can't do, or I understand why the walls are no longer an option, but the reasons why we wanted to do the walls are still there. So are there other things that can be done that aren't walls to mitigate those impacts on those students?
That's why we were trying to get that small group instruction room in there that is fully enclosed to help take the heat off of some of those, I'm going to call them ad hoc pens that have been constructed in all of those buildings to serve that function. So to give the kids privacy. whether it's one-on-one, small groups, whether it's conferences, that was sort of the one attempt to do that. The unfortunate piece is, as I mentioned, once we start trying to expand that scope beyond the media center at the middle, it gets inherently more complicated because now we're into doing mechanical work and other infrastructure improvements. You might as well do half the building then at that point, It's difficult to draw the line in the sand, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I understand that there is different information, but I have the same concerns as Aaron. Like, the roofs are the same. It is a shift from what the voters voted on, and I understand we're in a different position, but I have concerns that there is not enough focus being put into the elementary schools, and there's more focus than we said put into the middle school. I guess that's my fundamental concern.
But I guess all the kids are going to go to both middle schools. Like every student in North Kingstown is going to go to the 2 middle schools.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see why you can't eat up all the money on 3 elementary schools. And I don't understand why you wouldn't want to I don't think the voters, their kids are all going to go to Davisville and Wickford.
I'm not pushing for walls. I'm saying like there are repairs that can be done at all the elementary schools because all of our kids go to some elementary school.
No, they do. I think the hard thing is that when the bond was put out, you didn't have all the information you probably should have. Because I don't think you would have said we were putting walls up. I don't think you would have said all this stuff that we said.
The numbers were slightly different, but I was
They're
well
extremely
aware.
different.
Yeah, but I was well aware that that was a big project. Like, I was not naive to think, oh, we're just going to put walls up. Like, I've renovated buildings at my work that are much older than this building, and it's extremely difficult to renovate a facility. Like, I understood that. And I think, I'm not 100% advocating for the walls, but I am concerned that we are not being presented with somewhat solutions that are helping the educational needs of our students in those elementary schools that are not the same as the other ones. And I also think, as much as I would like DMS to be as close to Wickford as possible, like things like outdoor classrooms and things, to me, are nice to haves, but we shouldn't be picking them in place of electrical upgrades and kitchen hoods and repaving parking lots for the elementary schools. That's where I think I'm mostly concerned. Like, I understand that the walls are more expensive than what we had originally been presented with, but I'm also concerned about the add alternate lists and having that money be reallocated to the middle schools instead of reinvested into the elementary schools. Because as much as I would like to think that in 10 years this town will build 5 new elementary schools, or they'll get some report and they'll build 2 elementary schools, one on the north end, one on the south end, I am, from the history of living in this town for 40 years, I am not optimistic that that will happen. And so I just think about like the amount of cohorts that are going to go through those elementary schools as those buildings just keep getting older and are going to not be serving the purpose. Like I get that we don't want to invest money in bad buildings, but like I don't think realistically we're going to have support in 5 or 10 years to replace them all.
If I could, I think this may help with the long-term thinking a little bit. The state is in the middle of their statewide school assessment. They hired another vendor to take over from where the Jacobs report did in 2017. The district just got the draft of that. Most of the districts are getting them sort of piecemeal. The reason I'm telling you this is until the study's finalized, at the end of every one of those, for each building, they'll come up with the facilities condition index number.
We are well aware.
Right. Well, that's going to be very different than what was in the Jacobs report.
And those weren't good, so.
No. So that's my point. And in terms of trying to look at pragmatically, how much money do I invest in this building when it's got a really bad score to begin with? It needs a lot of work. I have nowhere to put the kids while that work is being done, and how much that's going to increase the cost and extend the construction period to take care of that one building times 5. That's why we said, let's take a step back, and I think everybody needs to rethink what the approach is to these buildings when we have all of the information. And the most important piece that's still not in hand with the districts is that study. Because that will give you a different approach from RIDE, ultimately.
I mean, it's going to tell us that Forest Park is garbage because the old one told us that Forest Park is garbage, right? Like, their scores aren't going to get better.
So I'll go back to Stony. Stony is just an impossible thing to try and fix, quite honestly, based on what I said earlier. The fact that you have so many one-story buildings on land that would actually be better suited to accommodate more students in some cases, more efficiently if there were two-story schools in place, is something, well, then if I'm going to spend $60 million, and I'm pointing to the wrong building, obviously, but if I'm going to spend $60 million to make this thing perfect, I could spend 62 and get a brand new one. That's the conversation. But we can't have that yet because we don't have all the information.
But
And nor is it in the confines of the bond.
So, was I understanding you correctly? I heard you say like the napkin math or whatever. Are we not officially pricing out what the walls are gonna, what they could be?
No, we are not.
Even though we, as the school committee, asked that to happen.
We did the back of napkin, the 30 to 32
Yeah, but
million.
that's not the same thing.
No one does, to be clear, no one has designed what that work would involve.
Yeah, but that was the assignment.
That was not the direction we were given.
That was with what work we had from the submission that was put in May.
And was
So that's what
rejected.
we had
Well,
based
not
on
rejected, but
that work of what
turned.
the cost would be. And what Ed is saying, through their firm, it
Yeah.
requires a lot more work.
No, I understand that, but I like data and like actual numbers, and so a back of a napkin math is not the same as getting, hey, if we were going to put walls in, this is how much the HVAC would cost, this is how much this would cost. This one we were already doing, so that's
We
absorbed.
also
Like I'm not
only-
going to get that
Right,
information
but we
now,
also only had
even
so
though the school
much,
committee asked for it, and it's what we sold.
we
the voters.
only had so much time.
I understand that,
from-
Ken,
No, no,
but
can I finish what I'm saying, please? We
well,
only
you didn't
had-
let me finish what I was saying.
wait.
I was just gonna say, I understand that we switched things and that a different company's working on it, but I think my expectation was that they were working on what we had voted on, and that's where I think I'm frustrated is that, I might get those numbers and be like, oh, that really doesn't make sense, and I understand that a back of a napkin, I know they're professionals, but that's not exactly the same, and I think I'm frustrated that that's not going to be achievable now.
And what I was saying is that we only have so much time to be able to put together the designs and the work that was not fully done previously with the May submission that we now need to do for September. And looking at that work and looking at what they estimated based on the cost.
They're not
The building-
estimators, though.
No, but what I'm saying is, they're not estimators, but as architects, they were able to have an idea of what those costs may be. And the Building Advisory Committee, at their last few meetings, made a decision to bring back to the school committee, that's what we're discussing tonight, not to move forward with the walls because of the extent of work that it's going to entail and the costs.
And it also sounds like they weren't taking into consideration that there'd be no natural lights. It was like they put the walls up and they weren't thinking about, from what you were saying, it sounds like no thought went into that kids do need natural light in their classroom to thrive. So
It's required.
So
we had talked
It's
about that.
code.
We absolutely knew that the windows needed to be considered.
okay, because
What
I just
was-
feel
what
like
was
prior to the bond
recommended
going out,
by
I feel like there was a lot of
previous
background
vendor
not done.
Is what RIDE denied in order to provide natural.
Nothing was denied.
Well, they wouldn't accept what was there. They didn't
Yep.
accept it.
based
I
on
thought
our
it got
conversations afterwards,
It
they
wasn't
did not
rejected,
accept
right?
it.
They weren't accepting what
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. I think and I'm just frustrated because the flyer you made said that we are putting.
I know what was
I know.
said in the flyer.
But and again, I'm okay changing my mind, but I'm not. I really try to make thoughtful decisions based on data, and I would have appreciated that if we had gone through and actually done the process of designing it and having it priced out to be able to make the educated decision. That's what
That could have been a lot of wasted time and money.
I understand
for
that, but,
architects to do so.
we're making, but it sounds like the companies that we've hired are making preference choices.
We made recommendations,
Yeah, preference recommendations.
not
But
perfect.
they made preference recommendations without doing the work that we had approved.
So we could wait. We could wait and submit in February again. We can
Maybe,
push our
maybe.
stage 2 back if
You'd
you
have
wanna,
to ask Ride.
if you wanna get all this estimated. I'm just trying to give solutions.
I didn't think that's a good idea to.
Neither do I, but it is a solution.
So what are you looking for tonight, Ken?
So tonight was a presentation to you to make sure all of you have an understanding of why these changes are being made. Later on another agenda item, there's the recommendation from the Building Advisory Committee to review what that recommendation is. You don't, the committee could choose tonight to say, yes, we approve the reprioritized list, but we don't have the cost estimates yet, and we will have to come back at the September meeting to present that prior to the submission for the 15th. So we have one more Building Advisory Committee meeting. They're going to finish up the work. We should have the cost estimates in the next few weeks.
When's the next committee meeting?
The night.
Oh, that's not on here.
So do you need a vote tonight from us?
I would say it would be helpful for us in moving forward if there was a vote of saying that, yes, the school committee does support what the Building Advisory Committee voted on in moving forward.
And what would, and I'm not saying it's a no, but what would happen if there was no vote?
If there was no vote, we would continue with this work and just bring everything back with the packet that we would submit for the stage 2 on September.
Which would be the same thing if there was a yes vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if it was a no vote, what would happen?
If you vote no, we'd have to go back and re-look at everything we're doing, and we probably won't have a complete submission for the 15th.
Okay, so if we want to proceed on the 15th, we either don't vote or we vote yes, correct?
Yeah, we have no choice.
Yeah.
They put us in a
Yep.
situation where we have no choice.
I just wanted to
Yep,
spell that
just
out.
checking.
Yep, okay. All right, so we don't need to vote on this item, correct?
You,
On this particular
On
item,
this item.
it's the further down agenda item. Okay, so
I would like
I'm
to.
sorry, I would just like to say, because that kind of bothered me. We put you in that situation.
We are.
We have 3 failed stage 2s. We are in this situation for many other reasons, so I would appreciate snide comments like that not being made
Well, we are.
with
we
a
are.
lot of work that's been going into this. You, Erin, that is my opinion, and you're gonna now share yours, but what I'm saying is, we are on submission number 4. We're doing our best with new good information. I would love to see us get a stage 2 passed. And I think this is the best path forward, because the other 3 paths haven't worked.
I would like to see. I'm concerned about the ad alternates and the things that were removed from the elementary schools. I understand that the walls are not. I'm not going to get the information that I would have liked to see, even though the school committee approved it. But I am extremely concerned about the choices that are being made at the elementary schools that are actually like items that could still be done. And so I would like the administration to at least consider looking at what's on the ad alternate list right now and consider reallocating more money into the elementary schools than just having them as ad alternate lists. They're real. I just and not like we're on the same team, Ken. Like I just want us to really think
If I
about
could.
that because I understand and my kids are going to the middle school. Like this is not personal whatsoever. This is about thinking about what's best for the students of North Kingstown and all the students of North Kingstown. I really think that if we said to them, vote yes on this bond, these 3 schools are going to get walls, and we are not going to be able to do that. And like that's okay, but I do think that we need to do our best effort to do the other things that we said that we were going to do. And I would like us to
If I
consider
could,
that.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
those alternates are being priced and they're included. They're going to be
Yeah.
included. Whether or not we're going to be able to execute any of them is going to come down to where the dollars all shake out.
I totally get that, but I think as far as
But they haven't been prioritized yet, is my point. So if you decide that 1 or 2 of those items on the list in any one of those elementary schools wants to be brought up, it's just a matter of
Yeah.
saying, we want to do that.
yeah, I
That's
think
it.
my concern, Ed, is
That
that
was
we
my
did
question.
prioritize that.
We
Like
have-
we did prioritize those ad alternates as not ad alternates.
But we haven't based on
Yeah.
a new reprioritization, that's my point. We've taken them off of the base bid list,
Yeah.
but they're still in the project,
Yeah.
and the order of the list has not been
Yeah, but
finalized.
as somebody who's done a project before, with your company, actually, I know that the ad alternate list is like never, never land. Because I also know that once you start value engineering in different things, that even things that you think you're gonna do sometimes need to come off for a variety of reasons. So I'm very concerned about things that are really important being on the ad alternate list, because I know realistically, you may never achieve getting to that list, and getting those things on the main project list is unlikely. And so that's where my concern is.
I don't know how else to answer that other than what I just said.
No, I
They're still
understand
in
that.
there, and
So-
we still have,
So you're not willing, I guess, to consider
No,
putting
that's
those
not-
back on?
I wrote that
Alright.
down and I said, I replied
Alright.
back to you and said that can you go back? and-
All right, just take a look, because I think,
I think
just to
Esther's
keep
saying
things in
that
perspective
there
though,
isn't
the
that.
stage 2 right now is our main point of focus in terms of getting the reimbursement from the state. In stage 3, we still have schematic design, design development,
Yep.
and construction document phases to get through for all 3 of those projects that we went over earlier. There's going to be plenty of time to reconcile those things in that stage 3, because presuming RIDE approves our approach in stage 2, we can move everything around as long as it's not new.
mhm. But like Bride kind of wants you to do the projects that you said you were going to do and have the add alternates as alternates, correct?
They'd like, if they approve $100 million, just as a for instance,
Mhm.
they'd love nothing more for the town to fund $100 million worth of work.
Mhm.
But that's not the reality.
Mhm.
Are there grant opportunities? Are there things that we could do with in other incentive programs or other ways? Yes.
Yep. I guess I just don't want to go hustling around looking for grant opportunities for things like renovating toilet rooms and putting in vapor preamble coating, and like those things are not like, that's I think my concern. So thank you, Ken. All right, anything else on this item? Okay, moving on. Can I get a motion for item B, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second?
Ken? Do you want us, do you have questions, Jen?
No,
Or,
all my questions have been answered.
okay.
Do we have to approve this?
Yeah, I guess, Ken, what are we looking for here?
We had approved at the last meeting, so.
It's just, I think it was for clarification,
Clarification,
follow-up.
just follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Okay, moving on to the next item.
Make a motion to discuss.
Can I get a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this item?
So I am still unclear on this, Rob. I had sent you an email with this. This was a follow-up from the last meeting. What I had wanted to see was like what was budgeted for this year, what we received or we expected to receive, what the shortfall was, and then what the impacts of that shortfall are. And like, are we not buying things? Are we not offering things? And to me, anyways, it wasn't clear.
Yep. Okay, so would you like us to start with Title I? Or,
Yeah, why don't we just have Rob, why don't you walk us through the Title I document first, just because that's the
Sure.
one that's listed first, and then just maybe you can kind of run through it, and then if we can see where.
yeah, so, as you can see, the allocations are here for FY25 under Title 1A, and then for the allocation plus carryover from the FY25 Title 1A budget, which is obviously funds coming back from FY24. For next year, FY26, the allocation there, as you can see, is pretty similar, a little bit more than the FY25 Title 1A allocations.
So just to clarify, so for this coming year, the year that we're in, what was our expected number?
For
Like,
FY26.
what did we budget for fiscal year 26?
Lydia, can you?
Okay, so, I have to go up here, right?
Yes, please, Lydia.
All right. So I don't write the budget until I know what my allocation is, so.
But that
If
can't
that's
be
the-
true, because we make a budget. for the upcoming year, so there has to be a budget number. We budget grants.
What she's asking, what did we, when we did the budget in November, passed on January,
Well-
as far as anything within Title I, right?
So
Title
when,
I was
so when
not-
you guys write the district budget in November, I don't present an amount
The Title I, the
for
Title I
because
that's there, that is what we're expecting based on the.
so like I mean our
So
expectation
based on-
generally our expectation is to receive.
Okay, so I don't mean to be rude, but
Yeah.
can we table this until we can get the information in the
What-
format that I asked
Well,
for?
is it, is
What-
that?
no,
in
I mean I
November
can
that's
answer
here?
all your
Right,
questions.
Why don't you let Lydia talk for a
I
second?
can answer all. I think I can answer all your questions. I'm just there are certain costs that we have in the Title I budget that are fixed costs. So we generally know that they're going to cost a little bit more each year because, for example, salary and benefits are contractual increases. We usually have the expectation that our budget will increase year to year because RIDE recognizes that those fixed costs and RIDE usually go up, and the feds usually provide a little bit more. But there's lots of things that go into RIDE's calculation on how much a district's allocation is going to be. So we don't exactly know, and it's always possible that because it's tied to our poverty numbers as a district, not as a school, but as a district, it's always possible that that amount might go down. So each year when we finally get our allocation, I look at those fixed costs and then what excess we have I use to fund other needs, from like the conscious discipline contract to the supplies and materials for the Title I, so schools that operate Title I programs, to other required expenses. So for this coming FY26, our allocation was essentially level funded to what we got in the prior year. So the new allocation for FY26 coming from RIDE was not sufficient to meet the needs based on our personnel and programmatic needs that we had established from the prior year because those fixed costs increased. It's a little complicated with Title I because in a typical year, Title I is allowed to carry over up to 15% of the allocation from year to year. But this year, our FY26 allocation we could not budget in the FY26 budget with that carryover because RIDE changed their system. So the platform that we put in, the consolidated plan, transitioned to a new platform. And as a result, unspent or unbudgeted funds from FY25 couldn't be rolled into the same budget that the new allocation. This is more information than you need, but I have no other way to explain the fact that we were able to shift some of the cuts that we were facing because of the level funding for FY26, and we're paying for it out of FY25 budget, which RIDE is allowing us to do. So,
Do you know how much you had carryover?
does that make sense? So I just the business office just gave me the final year end. There were certain amounts that I'd left unbudgeted, and there were certain amounts that that the business office didn't end up using in a way anticipated. So we ended up having a sizable chunk that we can budget with, about $80,000 for in the FY25 budget, but to be spent in FY26. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, but
It does? Okay.
So I think
So what's
what
the
I
question?
heard, my guess is, but they're texting Leslie.
I
to see if they
didn't
can bring
know.
it
It's not
Jen,
in
just
the-
so
when
you
pull
know.
up our FY, sorry.
Yeah.
when
My
you pull
guess
up
is
our
it's
FY
606.
when you pull
I'll
up
bet
our-
money they were
Yeah,
expecting
when you pull up our
606.
FY26 budget that was approved, the grants aren't in there because the grants, we don't get those grants until May, June. So we didn't have the allocations for grants in the FY26 budget that was approved for this year.
Because we didn't know what the money was. when
We
went
didn't.
through the budget.
We don't know.
Yeah,
We don't know.
kind of
So you don't
say
guess
this is
what
So
you're gonna get.
what I'm hearing though
So-
is it didn't go down. Because that's what you're trying to get at, right? You're
Well,
trying to make
we
sure.
were told at the last meeting that it did go down.
Okay, so that's the
So-
confusion.
So in your memo here,
I would.
In all honesty, until last week, I thought money had been, I didn't know I was gonna have as much until last week in that FY25 pot of money. Then I didn't know, and then because it was all trickling through the business office was closing things and saying what they needed and what didn't need, and so it was a pleasant surprise to know that I had a little more than I thought I did to work with. So, but the long and the short of it is every dime of the current FY26 budget is being expended. And if we were to have level funding again into next year, we would see dramatic reductions because there isn't going to be any carryover. Right.
I'm following. I
Yes.
got you, Lydia.
Okay.
But
I feel like
still,
it's more complicated than it needs to be.
So-
no, I get it, and that's interesting that you can do a 15% carryover, which is good, and I get that, like, you didn't know that until now. And so just to clarify what the original question was, is we were told that we had received less Title I funding. It seems like that is not true, and so can we just all be on the same page about
I'm going
that?
to grants just to compare year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah. We were pretty much level funded. It wasn't
Looks
a
like you
reduction,
were
but
more.
we did. But
$3,000
well,
more,
yeah,
which is like level
not-
funded, but
yeah. So, but because the fixed costs went up by nearly $50,000, we essentially had to make cuts. And then there are other things that, like there just as a little side note, like over the last several years, as an example, over the last several years, we haven't had any private schools elect to participate in the Title I program, but I'm required to consult with 45 private schools every year. This year, FY26, we have 3 private schools who are participating, and so there's a required amount that I have to take off the top. So, if we're looking at the increase in fixed cost expenses and the additional mandated expenses, i.e. the private schools, when you look at those things in totality, the amount we have for the other areas that depend on Title I funds is reduced for the based on the FY26 allocation.
Jen, does that answer your question, Ish?
I'm going to say, so your memo has what was allocated last year.
Yes,
You
correct.
have what we're receiving this year.
Correct.
So I'm just
The
I'm
missing
checking.
piece was what we thought we were going to have,
So
but it sounds
what
like we're fine.
what we did, and I was texting Leslie, we base when we do our budget, right? We're doing our budget prior to the state and the federal releasing those grant funds to us. So we base the budget for FY26 based on last year's allocation. So that when you think of the Title I,
We were told last week that we were short. If we're not short,
we're,
I don't
we're
care.
not short
Great.
because
Okay.
we have
We're not short,
606
and we're $80,000
So
richer.
and we're at
Which you only found out this week.
So-
Let's
move on.
That's why.
And
I'm just comparing, I went into the grants
that
for that,
amount
and
is
it's
all
Thank you.
yeah. Okay.
I learned something today, Lydia. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's so they make it complicated.
No, it's very
but-
complicated, but I appreciate your explanation and also
Okay.
like working with that. I know it's
Yeah.
tricky, but that I honestly I understand Title I funding better now.
Oh,
I explained
good.
it, so thank you
Okay.
so much.
Oh, good.
Was
there any other questions about that?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're cool on that one. Item D, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to discuss?
Oh wait, did you want to do IDA?
Yeah, they're not the same.
Is it the same thing?
Nope, it's
No.
different.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing, no. But
No, I'm saying our.
did we not get the money? Is what Jen's asking.
So we have
Did we get less money?
with IDA
You want me to
this year.
explain?
Yeah,
Okay,
come
let
on
me
up,
go.
Rachel.
Links, I have
Okay.
it here and here, but it is less.
So this one's it's
I bet you
similar
could do it faster.
complication.
I bet you could do it faster.
I'll do as fast as I can. It's a similar situation where you get carryover money. When I
15% as well? Different number?
no carryover is whatever money you didn't spend from the grant from the year before, essentially over. So not the 15%, because I'm at a shortfall.
unbudgeted.
Okay,
Ah,
I'm
yes.
interested in knowing what we
How much-
budgeted
Yep.
and what we actually got.
So again,
versus
we
the
don't.
budget.
Yeah, so we don't get our IDA funding until late May. This time we didn't get to June because of the changeover that Lydia already explained. Our 2024 allocation was 1.106445. Our 25-20. However, in my budget, when I did the view, when I look at the CRP, and I could show you the screen at some point, not here. When I go into that budget, it said that we had 1.384891.39. That was, they had included an immense amount of carryover from the year before. I wasn't here when that carryover, I'm not exactly sure why that, there was probably nearly
So it was
$400 and something thousand dollars of carryover. Something went, I don't know what happened before I came here, but that there really shouldn't have been that level of carryover. And it might have been kind of mixed in with ESSA. That would be my guess if I had to take a guess. So what happened is when I look at the budget and I push my budget number on the CRP, it said 1.384. So I assumed that that was our full allocation, but it had included $278,000 of carryover from the year before that had been spent, and you have 27 months in which to spend that. So I was budgeting based on 1.3. Right? Figuring it's going to be level funded at the minimum. We have more kids in special ed. It should be about the same or more, but we actually only had almost essentially a level funding of 1.1. So we are at a shortfall of a full shortfall of 284,854.39. However, of all of that, I went through and I took out things that we don't need. Like, I don't need to buy more Wilson materials. I don't need, all those different things. It's not a heck of a lot of money. And I got it down to 252,819. Those are salaries. Those are paraprofessionals and speech. This is not things. This is not supplies. These are not materials. So Leslie Ann and I and, us are all working on what can we do to kind of find the funds for that 252. So I am at a shortfall or a deficit. So that's true. I think I said once.
Not because, just to clarify, I think our concern was that we were not going to get
Less of allocation. No,
I totally understand.
Do you see how this happened?
That happened.
Yeah, and it's
but
not
I want to
usually
make sure
this
that we're not saying
big chunk.
NK got less money from IDA.
No, and I didn't mean to
we
imply
didn't understand
that.
what was in that number.
And I didn't mean to imply that at all.
Okay.
No, that's not it at all. It's just this weird.
Understood.
Okay.
So I think I do feel pretty. I'm feeling somewhat confident that we'll be able to find this. We do have some new teachers that are replacing higher step teachers. There's some things there. There is some money that still has to filter through, things like that.
So takeaway from this is funding was the same as
About
last
the
year,
same,
and
yeah.
you and Leslie are working on a plan to address the shortfall
Absolutely,
for the
yeah.
mismatch.
We're actually meeting tomorrow to try to figure
Perfect.
this out.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
That was
Thank you.
quick. Good job. Moving on to D.
Make a motion to discuss.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. So this was one that we rolled over from last week's meeting. It had been a recommendation from the Building Advisory Committee. I believe I was the one that tabled it then because I thought if we were going to be talking about 30-year vision, having the superintendent part of that conversation was really essential. And I love Mr. Mitchell, but time-wise, we thought we could wait. And so this is just on for discussion today based on the recommendation from the Building Advisory Committee. And I believe the actual motion is that the school committee, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, directs the administration to create this.
Okay.
And so just wanted to have a conversation regarding that as it was an official recommendation from the Building Advisory Committee.
So,
Take it away.
yeah, so I would say that if we look at the work that we're doing currently as a building advisory committee, looking at the needs of the schools, for example, tonight what we talked about, not everything's going to get done in the 5 years, right? We can put together a plan for the district for our facilities over the next, I'm not sure if it needs to be 30 years, 20 years. we have to submit a 5-year plan to RIDE every 5 years. I know when I was talking through this with RIDE, just in a separate conversation of something else, 30 years might be too far out. 20 years might be more appropriate. I mean, we could go further if you would like me to, but in looking at what are the needs across the buildings, I think the part around the teaching and learning, it's not so much about curriculum, but it's the infrastructure, right? What do we want the buildings to look like? We're having a lot of conversations right now about renovating the buildings, middle school wise too, to have common spaces for learning. Talking about STEM and STEAM, right? That could be something very different in 10 years. So with the way technology changes in this world and AI, there's only so far we can, I think, project out what our buildings will look like, but I think it's more of what are the needs in the buildings and how many buildings do we need to have and what do we want that plan to look like. So we can start on that. It's going to take some time. It's not something that can be presented at the next meeting, but I would say that is the work that we would do within the building advisory committee. I also think there was, this was before my surgery, there was a recommendation to also, and I'm looking at you, it was from the DEI committee about looking at the buildings.
The
as
accessibility
far as
stuff.
accessibility.
Yeah.
I think those two can all wrap in together.
They should, yeah. How far out are you comfortable going? You said 20 years? Is that
I think like
something?
20, 25 years would be appropriate.
You have a lot of other long-term projects that you are working on. Like, what are you thinking on the timeline for this?
This dovetails with the redistricting as well.
Yeah,
So
it's 2 years.
I
You want,
would
you have to
say
kind of get through.
We need this year to really work on this, to bring something forward. I think we can have a draft or something by the end of the school year, because we really need to consider what's happening with the redistricting as well, to dovetail that into the elementary schools.
I think you have a couple
Facilities.
other things that have been committed for this year also. I just want to make sure that you're not overextending yourself in terms of.
Appreciate that. I think it would be good to look at how they're all connected, because there are, I think, when we think of the redistricting with the transportation and school start times, there's a connection there with what our facilities and
Oh,
infrastructure.
these things are all definitely connected. I'm saying there's other projects that are not connected to this that are also committed for next year. So just keeping that in mind.
When was the last time we did the RIDE one?
Right.
The 5-year plan?
You said there's a 5-year
So every
plan.
year you have to do it, the CIP?
Oh, you said every 5 years. You said something every 5 years.
I'm sorry, your CIP is.
Oh, yeah,
is
that
5
I
years,
know,
right? So
yeah.
that's what I'm saying, like,
Oh.
you have your 5-year plan, and every year you're adding a year onto it, right? So
Yeah.
going past those 5 years, I would go up to the 2025 years.
Megan, was there a timeline on the recommendation?
Yeah, I believe it was a year, but I also think that obviously with the redistricting, if we end up committing to the consultant, the redistricting consultant, which if we go with this choice, it would be for the year. So I think that, I'm sure the building subcommittee would be amenable to if he needs an extra 6 months or 2 years. I think it was more just to get the ball rolling.
And I think it needs to work hand in hand with the current work we're doing right now, right? So that will also, I think, determine the timeline of when this is going to be done.
So the building advisory committee made a recommendation to the school committee. If the school committee officially wants to put it on the docket for the superintendent, I would recommend a motion with at least some loose timeframes, so that we have something official to send back to the building advisory
I'm
committee.
just pulling up the motion, the memo from the last meeting to see what the recommendation was.
Because I do think it has a lot to do with the work that we've been talking about and are going to be talking about, but I also think like eventually having some sort of report or document that has it memorialized is important, just because as we've seen, like leadership changes, like and different things like that, and having some sort of roadmap for a district I think is really important, because I know the past administrations had, we had documents and things, but it would be helpful I think to have something eventually officially
So
On the record.
the official memo said, at the July 16th meeting, the building subcommittee approved a motion requesting that the school committee task the superintendent with developing a 30-year district vision for infrastructure and teaching and learning with the knowledge that the district will be operating with 1 high school and 2 middle schools. On behalf of the building subcommittee, it's recommended that the school committee approve this request. So it sounds like we're talking about something slightly different from that request. So I will make a motion that the school committee task the superintendent with developing a 20-year district vision for infrastructure, teaching, and learning with a proposed timeline of having it ready in 1 year from today.
I would say we could have a potential draft at that point.
Potential
and
draft.
Where we're at, so.
Potential draft within 1 year.
The draft presented
The draft
by August of
presented by August
26.
of 2026.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing, and I actually think that time, I guess I'll add some discussion to it. That timeline is actually interesting too, because that also will be when, in theory, the bond that we currently have, like, thinking about when the high school bond was done, that was 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have this bond, like, that will be paying
Right,
off for
right,
20
right.
years, so it actually aligns to the payoff of the current commitments that we have. So I think that actually is an appropriate time frame, because that helps a lot. Not that we shouldn't wait that long to
Right.
do more, but I think, like, going beyond that would be, this is a more realistic kind of vision, I think. So, any other discussion? Okay, we look forward to seeing the draft in August of 2026.
Yeah.
Do we vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I know. I was just saying, I was just clarifying it to Ken. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Need to pass or
Can
table.
we take that off table item, make a motion to table item E?
Before we table it and it completely disappears, does that mean that this will not, like that, nothing will be happening until after the school year begins, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so motion to table, do we have a second? Maybe you really wanted to table this one?
Oh, yeah, I just feel like I'm always seconding. So
I know, sorry, there's only
Second.
3 of
I was
us today,
just
so.
like opening the floor.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to yeah, but you tabled this one, right?
No, I tabled E, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay, perfect. I thought we were tabling that other one we
No.
were gonna table.
Oh,
so-
the-
yeah,
yeah, okay.
apologies, yep. Still all valid, but, okay, now we're on to F, can I get a motion for that?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions regarding the, RFP for school redistricting and start time and transportation?
I just want to reiterate my concerns from the last meeting that the proposed choice only touches on like 1/3 of the RFP and that they don't mention any surveys to the community or public forums.
Weren't those part of the RFP, if I remember correctly?
They were.
Yeah. So if somebody puts forward an RFP and it doesn't have everything that you wanted, but you're still picking that company, what happens as far as like the contract? They don't have to do it, right?
Correct.
And did we, sorry, I'm trying to.
Did any, no, I wasn't here when these were, so were any of the bids with any of the agencies, organizations, include all 3 pieces of the request, which was redistricting, transportation, and school start times?
Apparently the one who didn't submit it by mail, yes.
It's always that way. Is there a memo about funding that I'm missing? Like where the funding for this is coming from?
No, actually, right.
Because this is unbudgeted, correct?
Correct.
So is
What is the cost?
Jen, what is your concern about, I'm sorry, can you repeat that again about the public engagement?
They don't mention community. They don't mention public forums or community surveys or community surveys or public forums. Surveys or public forums.
Other questions, comments? Because it's $35,500, correct?
Cost of, no.
No, that was the,
Is that the other one?
yeah.
Mhm.
This one,
Is it?
I want to say it's in the 60s. Let me see. $65 or something, but
Somebody finds what page it's on. Paper, there's 900 pages.
page 43.
Kind of going back to Megan's point from earlier, having maybe a cover sheet with that in the future would
I
be
think it's
super.
on page 42 of the bid.
Okay, I'm on 39, so I was close.
And it looks like
Is it the 79? 76? 76,300?
that's what. Is that what it was?
76,300, yeah.
So we're,
So
are we reallocating something from the,
So if I remember right, when this went through, it was to
get an idea
get an idea
of how much
right?
this would
To look
cost?
out there to see, can we find someone, what would it be? And then if committee approves of it, we'd have to, find where the funds would come from. We'd have to look at fund balance, look at any other allocation
Or
areas.
yeah.
So,
And Jen, it's on page 16. They talked about like a QR code during the community meeting where they could open it up and look at something and put comments in.
Yeah, that's not, to me, that's not like,
Well, it's actually attending a meeting, so I'm thinking it's saying they're having a meeting and that's the way they would do it, is you be able to submit versus getting up and talking, I guess.
and it does say attend public hearings and present the proposed plans as scheduled by the school district.
And it actually sounds like it's very automated comments and like you would actually see it all versus
yeah.
us having to re-listen. So I actually feel like that.
Yeah, it's
ma-
very like,
I think it's a little techy, but
It is
like
very techy, yeah.
but I feel like it could be a good way later to actually know what people said versus.
Yeah, it says to accomplish this, our firm has developed a web-based community engagement tool. Individuals interested in making comments can view the map, and if interested, place a new comment on the map.
And then it says the use of the QR codes allows individuals attending the community meetings. So it's almost like if someone's at home watching, they could submit stuff, which,
I read that as attending like school committee meetings.
oh, see, I didn't. I read that as, I actually thought it was pretty good because think about it. What if you can't come to the community meeting? You could still watch it online
so that's what,
and submit stuff. So really, I feel like it's even better than,
Yeah, I mean, our
Our
RFP
open comments.
specifically called for specific things.
but I think that's what that is. I think it's just actually a little reaching out to more of the community than having you have to attend a meeting.
so
I think my,
Because right now, like, you can't do a citizen's comment, like, while we're live streaming. You
And
can't.
it says create a public outreach plan, which will educate the parents and the school department staff.
there is a section on community engagement meetings at affected schools. They talk how they're going to.
Yeah.
that's like, when we're moving your kids, we'll come meet with you. I think Jen,
Yeah,
I think
no, I don't think that's what that means.
at affected schools?
Right, but I think
I actually think this means having a community
I mean,
meeting
like,
that
not
could
that-
involve.
I
people
didn't
not
have,
having
I
to
didn't have the
attend.
concern that
Which I actually
Jen's
think
noting
I
about
Yeah,
community.
again,
My biggest concern, I think, is like the redistricting conversation is really important, but I also am I really think it is important that we talk about school start times. We have 3 or 4 different issues with school start times, including the earliest start time at our high school, which all the research shows is not good for students. And then also like thinking about our transportation, especially as like costs just continue to go up, and you know, with companies that are out there and et cetera. Like, you know, I think that for me, like the redistricting piece is important, but like I will be, if we did all of this work and paid all of this money to a company, like I hope that we will have some proposed solutions to what we can do about our school start times at all of our schools, and then also like having some information about efficiency for our transportation, how we can better spend money transporting students around the districts, et cetera, with also knowing that the transportation goes back to our issue with school start times, because that's one of our biggest challenges. And so I don't have the concerns about the community outreach. I feel like that was there enough-ish, but I am concerned about spending $76,000 on a consultant and only getting 1/3 of the answer of what we were looking for.
They do have
School start time review.
They do.
Yeah.
It's right here.
They have a school transportation.
mybusaid.com.
Yeah. Transportation
Page
efficiency
29.
analysis.
Yeah.
What page are you on?
Page 29.
I'm on
talks
page
about
9.
The school transportation efficiency
9.
analysis
Right.
that they would do.
Alright.
And then there's also on 16. It's about my busing and how they could figure out. With
Yeah, and
the
I'm a
routes.
yes. Like I'm not a no. I just wanted to really reiterate that I don't want it to just be like that's a really big piece of it to what we're trying to achieve in grouping these 3 things together. All right. So as far as the process goes, if the school committee approves the RFP this evening, and then Andrew's kind of a legally, and then the administration goes and comes back and says, hey, we want to take the money out of X bucket, and the school committee disagrees with that, what happens?
Well, the real triggering thing as far as the bid will be is agreeing to a contract with them. I mean, once you enter into, if you approve the bid tonight, you enter into a contract with them, then
We have no choice.
you'll
We
be,
have to find the
you'll be
money.
obligated
Yeah.
to find the money.
I think we had talked about taking the money out of the fund balance when we had talked about too.
I'm getting worried about like.
Right, we're going to deplete the fund
Yeah.
balance.
No, and I think this is important, and I think
So
from
what
what we went through last year, having an external voice would be helpful, just because of the emotions and the conversations that are connected to it. Like I think it's a worthy investment, but being that this is post-budget allocation, like I just want to make sure that we're really thoughtful about where $76,000
So
are coming
what
from.
if you make a motion-
Especially knowing that we need to find $250,000 that we were unanticipating.
So
Although
what-
Lydia has $80,000.
So what if you make a motion not so much to accept this,
When's the bid good
right?
till?
Not to
When's
accept
the bid good till?
bid.
The bid is good till, let me hold on, give me a second.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. I see where you're going, but I want to make sure it's doable. I have to get this package first.
So, we said project kickoff by September 30th, is what the
Oh, it's
RFP
lead time.
timeline said.
Yeah, and there's no date when you look at the page with the cost. There's no.
Yeah, sometimes it literally says
Yeah.
this expires on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't, there's nothing about that, it just says
So
pro-
if you all went and looked and then came back at that first September meeting, we could,
saying here's where the funds can come from.
could,
We can do this.
so we could table this and then,
We can table or just motion. Could as a,
Motion
the
to approve
committee,
pending funding.
make a motion to have us come back with the identifiable funds if we find that's available for us to use with this vendor.
I mean, they're the same thing.
Yeah, it
Just
doesn't
wait.
matter because isn't it voting on it twice?
Unless a member of the school committee is adamant that we shouldn't even be having this conversation, I would just wait personally, but I would also.
Yeah, I agree on waiting. And also, like, I think just going forward in the future, like, we need to make sure, like, the financial impact portion is filled out prior to coming to the school committee. because I feel like we keep running into this. So, just so that we know ahead of time.
It just helps us be perfect real.
Mm-hmm.
And I also know there's
Mm-hmm.
some transition and such a slow time.
Yep.
All right, so Ken, are you okay with us just waiting till September and
Yeah,
then?
and this way we'll come back knowing that this is, I know there
Yeah,
were
because for me,
questions.
it's more of a financial
Yeah,
decision, and I don't want to say yes to the RFP if like it's just not going to happen this year. Like we had no clue how much it would be, and so now we know
And we
that
didn't know
the
until
company
we
that we
went out
want.
to be able to identify what it would be, and I know last time, I think it was tabled because of the rubrics or
Rubrics,
the
yeah.
stuff we
Yeah,
wanted. So, you know, if we know now, kind of moving ahead, we'll come back with the funding source.
Okay, motion
Is
to
this
table?
Was a table.
Second.
Any further discussion? Oh no, no discussion for table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
RFP for moving on to new business. First item, can I get a motion, please?
Motion to uphold the superintendent's decision and deny the parent appeal.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Motion to discuss.
Sorry.
It was a large packet.
Very emphatic.
Yep. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Ken and Ms. Stripper. Ken, anything you want to say before Dave starts? Or?
I think just, well, sorry, I'm just getting something. Mr. Tober is going to provide an update for the committee regarding the athletics department. We have a new communication app that we're going to be rolling out as well. There's new registration. I just asked him to kind of summarize where we're at for the start of this school year.
Thanks, Ken. Good evening. Dave Tober, Director of Athletics. Yeah, just here to update you on a couple of new and improved items from the athletic department. I want to thank Chaz Pizanko for his help with the new sports app. I'll get to that second, but Chaz has been huge for us on the tech side, providing, you know, essentially everything we've asked and what we've needed. We'll start with the registration, though. So the Rhode Island Interscholastic League changed tech platforms over the summer, moving from, I'm not sure if you're familiar, our school today was in existence from when I got here 3+ years ago to a new system called Fusion Point. Well, with that came a substantial learning curve that needed to take place over the summer. But with that was the new registration, which was honestly a godsend for the athletic department and I believe for families. So we were using a registration aligned with Arbiter, in our school today since I got here, which was problematic. And if you've ever registered a child, just a lot of steps, different pages, vague to a point. And this new Fusion Point, we had to learn it quickly. We were trained in mid-July. As you know, fall sports open mid-August, and we wanted to get that registration out there. So Sean Petrucci and I hammered away a good amount at the end of July to get it out there to parents and families, and it proved to be extremely painless, very seamless transition. What we've learned is easier on the parents' end, and certainly, I don't want to say easier on our end, but much more user-friendly. Part of the process, and Jen, you and I had conversations in the past about how do you make sure parents see your presentation at the beginning of the season. That's included in the registration. So we spent time over the summer, utilized our multimedia department, Colin McCabe. He showed us how to film and video our presentation. We included that into our actual Google Slide document in what's called Screencastify, and that's included in the registration. So parents and families can't register their kids unless they view it and then click and sign that they have. So that was a huge piece of this for us, just for accountability. And there's so much more we were able to put in there. The student athlete handbook, code of conduct, consent to treat. The Title IX presentation will be added as the year goes on. We were hoping to get that for the fall registration, but for some reason the company was having trouble opening up the video. That being said, that will go out to them once rosters are set. And then for future seasons, that's actually going to be in the registration page as well. So it's just an all-encompassing, welcome to 2025, doing it the right way. And it's proved to be much less problematic than we've ever seen. I mean, football started on last Thursday on the 14th. We had 92 registrants, and we had 5 kids who were missing items. It's usually 35. So it's been a big help. So the registration, and just to communicate that, something new and improved, and honestly just benefiting North Kingstown athletics. Now the new sports app, and this has been a headache since before I got here. It started way back, probably a year prior to my arrival, the previous app.
Oh, Jen can tell you the date?
Yes, and it's been question after question, and Kenny and I have been talking about this for 2 years. It started with questions and answers with Mike Waterman. We had to get to a point where we had to ditch the previous one. It just wasn't working. We would get kids up and running, and then for whatever reason, it just wouldn't work. And we, would go back to the vendor, and they would try to fix it here and try it again. And every season, we would just spend hours upon hours of getting these kids onto the app, and yet it wasn't working. So mid-year last year, we decided we can't do this anymore. We spent the rest of the year, and messaging is the biggest piece of it. Transparent messaging, where accountability and visibility by admin has to happen. So all messaging, that wasn't in person between coaches and players had to be on the NKSD Gmail accounts, which isn't always easy, and kids don't check their email a lot. And, I have that issue with our athletes. So, again, Chaz, we ran a few ideas past Chaz. We also talked to our neighbors, and not many districts are using it, using an app. They're kind of going old-fashioned way, or they're letting teams just do it themselves, whether it's Team Snap, Sports Engine, Sports U. There's so many different ones out there. And if you have kids who play sports, you know what I'm talking about. So we looked at some of those. We looked at some costs. We looked at security. We looked at data. And they all didn't fit. They fit club sports. They fit Little League. They fit this. But they didn't fit something, all-encompassing like our athletic programs at the high school, at the 2 middles. And then we talked to a couple of neighbors. East Greenwich was rolling out a brand-new app, and the name of the company is called Straxis. So we did a little investigation with that. We noticed that Rocky Hill also uses it. Straxis is heavily involved in tech software for the U.S. military. So speaking to security, speaking to data security. So we did a little kicking the tires on that again. Had Chaz helping us, and really discovered that this could really be beneficial. So we on target for September 2nd rollout. That's the whole plan. They're building it. They're building it with everything we want them to put in. It's going to be called NKSD Connect. That's a strategic name, because if this is successful, and if we do experience success that we hope we will, it can be implemented throughout the district at so many different levels. As it is now, we're going to be using it for all of our teams, high school and middle schools. But the high school, like clubs. So I can remember in years past, teachers would be taking groups to DC, or this chorus trip, or this business trip, or leadership academy, and they didn't have anything. They would come to us and ask us what we had, and we were like, sorry, what we have doesn't work, and we're working on it as well. This will absolutely be in full effect for anyone who wants to use it. Clubs, activities, travel, whatever they need. So the functions: fully transparent messaging between coaches and athletes, and athletic administration, and quite frankly, any administration that wants to be able to view and be a part of groups can. So we have that right off the bat. Students are entered into a group. We, myself or Sean, provide them with the team with a code. The app is in the App Store. It's free. They download the app. They enter the code. They're in. Now, teams will be responsible for data entry. So they're going to put their rosters in, and then we're up and running. And it's encouraging. I'm excited to do this as our rosters become established. But, you know, team schedules, facility schedule, team rosters, our social media links. So, you know, our NK on X, NK Athletics on X, NK Athletics on Instagram, the Booster Club. It's all encompassing. And it'll be a one-stop shop for all sorts of information for our athletic teams. And what's good is when a student athlete gets the code and they go to enter into that app, it automatically has to be approved by myself or Sean. So it's not like somebody can get the code and then join a team. We get that notification. They're not allowed in. So it's completely specific to our teams, to our athletes. All coaches will be on it. We're very excited. I know it's been a long time coming. This is one that I feel is worth the wait because it has everything we're looking for, and we've been looking for it for a while.
Great, thank you. Questions from the committee, or is there a motion that is needed?
That's great, thank you, Dave.
Absolutely.
I think for just a huge reminder of that one of the reasons that we are a district that needs an app like this is just because we do have the heightened policies and procedures about communication with students, and so I'm glad to hear that you all spent some time to find a product that hopefully will help us achieve that. Because I know the other one made it difficult, and that's not the intent. The intent is to make it easy to protect both coaches and students in their communication with each other. So I appreciate the effort. Ken, is there any action needed here?
No, I just wanted him to provide an update.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to the next item.
Erin, can I make a motion to move up item F, please?
Sure. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of moving the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll do that one next. Can I get a motion for F, please?
A motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Or discussion?
Sorry, I was looking at what that was.
Huh?
I was looking to see what item F is.
Oh yeah, we throw it off and we move around the big binder.
Sorry, the interim
the
director of
director
facilities
one.
and
Yeah, no, that's.
So I
thank you.
can speak on that. if
Yeah,
you'd
go ahead.
like. So, as I had stated in my letter, we have an interim director of school facilities and school safety until the new hire is permanent. We did interview retirees. I am recommending David Canoyer. David's present tonight in the audience. He is a retired facilities director from Johnston. He was recommended to us, actually from Leslie, who worked with him while she was there. He did start last week. It was a conversation with the school committee chair just during Chris Murphy's last week here. I wanted to make sure we had a smooth transition. So he has been with us going around to the buildings, looking at what projects we have to be able to follow up what is needed for the remainder of the year, as well as all of the school inspections. So it's my recommendation that you do approve the interim contract for the interim director.
Any questions from the committee?
No.
Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving back over to, I don't know where we are.
C.
Can I make a motion to move up, is it D, Michelle?
D and
Is it, let's see. I think it's just,
just D,
I
right?
think it's just D because we already did the other one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Can I get a second for that?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of moving item D, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so can I get a motion for item D?
I have a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions from the committee?
So I had asked for some additional documentation to provide the VIN numbers, which was provided, but I still have questions because the backup for cross-reference to the backup that was provided, so I am not comfortable approving this at this time.
Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor. So I went back looking, and what documentation are you referring to that doesn't match? I'm just trying to
So
figure.
the backup that is attached to the packet has the same, it looks like you're asking for the following contractors are requesting the titles for their respective vehicles be ready to retire. And there's 3 buses listed, and there is 3 buses listed, and it's the same backup for each thing, but I couldn't cross-reference the buses listed to the copies of the insurance papers that were provided with the VIN numbers, so I can't cross-reference the bus numbers to the VIN numbers. And I can't also cross-reference the bus that you want to retire to the paperwork that was provided.
Bus 57?
Mhm.
Okay, so that one was separate from this.
Okay.
I went through the packet that was sent originally that was cross-referenced.
Yeah, that's
with
not
the
what was sent to us.
I think this was sent like a couple of months ago.
It was.
Yes. So I just wanted to cross-reference it because I went and I pulled the title for that, and the contract listed for Bus 5, Mr. Gardner, is the title that's on, the VIN number that's on his contract is also the VIN number on the title that was sent. I did pull them this morning, and I did pull the insurance cards and highlight it.
Yeah, but what was sent does not cross-reference to what is attached to here. There's no way for me to look and say bus number 29 is VIN number XYZ and then cross-reference that to anything else.
Like you want a copy of the title and the
Yeah.
and the VIN number in the
And
agreement.
then to have bus number 29 equals VIN number 1234.
So do you
be
have
written
that
on
right
this
there
piece
with
of paper.
the documents that you have?
I have the trust paperwork. I have the contract with the VIN number on it, and I have the title.
But Ken, the backup here just says
I don't-
bus number
what-
29.
Well,
It
what
should
backup?
say.
'Cause I don't think I have what you have.
No, but I know what you're saying. It probably should be in the document
The backup
so
in the packet,
everyone can
right,
see.
it's just saying Elmer Salisbury, bus number 29. There's no VIN number, there's no plate number, there's no anything written on this piece of paper. It should say bus number 29 equals VIN number 123, and it does not.
Do you have the VIN number there for bus 5 and bus S29?
I do have the VIN number in the contract, yes, and the insurance verification for bus 5. And then I also have it for S29. I don't have the contract because when they have a sub bus in line, because it's not a frontline bus, they don't have a contract that goes with it. They just purchase a bus, so that way there's a bus here if they need it for, if their bus goes down, or for field trips, late bus, so on and so forth. A spare bus doesn't have a contract. Only frontline buses have a contract. So this wouldn't have a contract to go with it. And then S30 is years old.
So how do we know what goes with what?
So the contract for the frontline bus for Mr. Gardner matches the VIN number on this title.
It is not attached to any of this.
But I was wondering about the S buses because I feel like we don't really have anything correlating a VIN number
So the
with
S for the, which is the
the
sub.
sub. I get their sub buses, but still, you would think there'd be some
There should be something,
correlation to like your main agreement, and you also own
Right.
bus S
Which
whatever.
goes back to the issue with that spreadsheet from a couple weeks ago where there's still a bunch of documentation and cross-reference.
Is this something that is time sensitive or no?
Yes. As of right now, S29 and Bus 5 may be coming to our property for us to remove because they're paying storage. So now we'll have to have them probably towed off in a way because one's waiting for, they needed this space, and the other one was paying storage.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to.
So do you
get a
have,
computer
what's in
and-
your, what you have there?
I have Bus 5,
Yeah.
I have Bus S29, and I have Bus S30.
So we have the titles. And what do you want those to match up with the contracts, right? The
A
title
VIN
number?
a bus
the title- so
number,
she had- we
a
have the title.
contract, and a name.
Okay, so we have the title, we have the VIN number.
And we have the contract
For 5.
for 5.
Okay.
But there's no contract for S29 or S30 because a spare bus wouldn't have a contract. But we have the insurance cards that match S29, not S30. It's been off the insurance for at least 5 or 6 years.
So these are buses we've just not been using but have been here?
No, it's buses
No.
that haven't been here that we have a title for that we never gave back.
Oh, but what were you saying about
trying to get
their,
them off the asset list?
right, but what were you saying, they were parked somewhere?
They're in their
Esther.
houses, they don't want them
Okay.
anymore, and
Yes.
if we don't
I
give them
got
their
it.
titles back, they're going to dump them on our
Uh-huh.
lot, is what I heard.
Okay.
Which I just have a
That's
question.
correct.
I didn't know if that's exactly what she
That's
said, but I was
exactly
wondering.
right.
But thank
But
you for
Michelle,
explaining.
Michelle,
You're
my
right, but
kids
you
been
don't.
using S29 in lieu of bus 5 for a long time. So in other words, it seems like
Mhm.
it's been in use.
Yeah, and they just retired it at the end of this school year.
Okay, so we don't need it.
He retired it because of the expenses that he was incurring for it.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but they have to have a sub bus, right?
Yes.
Available? So where's the replacement?
He has another spare bus. He has 2 spare buses. They don't have to replace that bus with a spare bus, no. The association just has to has a certain
Oh,
amount.
Gotcha, yep,
Yes.
yep.
But, so these are buses we don't have agreements on that we're putting kids on?
They're
No, we
spare
just have a
buses.
contract.
The contract.
And that word is used loosely.
Very.
I know.
Okay, is there a way we
Okay.
can move forward here? What would be, that which needs 3
Do you
votes
have
to
the
retire
documents?
these? Like, I'm not trying to push it, but like, what do we?
No, I know what you mean. We don't
Is there a
want
way
them
that we
dumped
can you make us copies of that and give it to
Well,
us?
I would
you
like
have
to
the
have
doc- can you
all
show
of
the-
that.
Can you show the documents? to
Sure.
Can
me?
you go make, can we have copies? Like, just go use the copy machine.
And I'm happy to attach it to the agenda.
Yeah, why don't we
But
do
what
that?
I would
Yeah.
really like is to have that spreadsheet that was started with all the notes filled out. Because the fact that this paperwork is scattered everywhere and is not compiled in one place is,
And I think, Jen, there's like probably 5 issues, but there's definitely 2 issues, and one, like that is one of them, most
Yes.
certainly making sure that we have a good understanding of the fleet and all of those
Yeah.
sort of things and the documentation for that. Then there's the contract piece to Sherry's point
Yeah.
about
And
like
who's driving the bus.
documenting
and that
things.
goes hand in hand with
Yeah,
that.
Mhm.
and then there's also today's issue, which is like how do
Which
we
is, I
get
will
to?
just close my eyes
Yep.
and sign off.
No,
on
no, I'm not
it.
asking for that. I think I would be comfortable if I saw that documentation. Like if somebody can hand me just what that is, like
But I feel like we're
Yeah.
continuing to push this bus stuff
Oh, no, I am
through
well aware.
without fixing the
Yeah.
problem.
Mhm.
And this is about the last time I'm gonna be willing to do that without fixing the underlying problem, which is the lack of documentation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're
Great.
gonna note.
And
Future,
I just wanna also state that I asked for this before this meeting multiple times. So
Yeah.
this is not me being
Oh, yeah.
difficult sitting here for the first time asking for it at 9:28 PM.
note.
Understood. Mm.
So for future agenda, we need a completed bus roster list that identifies
I have
Bus.
wrote down the buses, the IDs, the VIN numbers, the drivers, the contractors, license plate numbers, maybe mileage.
Yeah, like stuff that should be documented all the time.
Yep.
And we have that. They turn in their mileage every week. I mean, that's all stuff that we have, and that will be compiled in a way that, we can present it to you so you'll have it. To keep an ongoing spreadsheet with just their mileage to keep the asset list up to date. Like we have an entire asset list, and that's our bus number, VIN numbers, that's everything. And I think I've submitted that in the past, I'm not sure. But it has every bus that we have on our fleet, including maintenance is on that as well, because that's what goes to our insurance company, and that's what we update for the trust every year.
All right, so let's
Can we,
pass on this, keep going, just in the interest of time, and then when who is making the copies?
Oh,
When Lydia returns with the copies, we can circle back. Does that sound?
yep,
Oh, wait.
oh, that is back.
Oh, thank you, Lydia.
May I approach?
Of course you want to.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Fast talking, Lydia. Good job.
So
Do you want us to go over there?
Okay, so 1 and 1, like that's one set.
Thank you.
And then those correspond.
She has an extra set. Yeah, I'll just give you that. I'm not gonna do this.
Is this the only thing that we're getting copies of?
Oh, there's 2, I just want to keep
No worries.
the things together. And then this is the other one. These are the things that I know. Do you know what these are? So,
Yes.
okay.
So one of them is the bill of sale / agreement with Mr. Gardner and his title, and on it is his VIN number. And then the other is the trust insurance identification card with the VIN number, his plate number, and then this is the corresponding title that goes with it.
You're never going to be able to link
No,
it
there's
to
no
the
such
actual,
thing.
because there is no paper.
No, there's no contract for that.
That's all right. Do you need them? No, I'll take Sherry's. And then if they want these attached, I'll attach them.
These are-
Did you see it? Yes.
Is there an updated version of this that has dates that haven't passed?
Updated version
Is
of,
it expired on 7/1? Oh, no, expiration 3/20, you're right, 3/26, back to just 7/1.
oh, okay,
My apologies.
I was like, wait a
That's my
second, I just pulled these and I was
Yeah,
gonna,
yeah, yeah.
So is this everything that we're getting copies of?
yes, that's all I have, that's all they've ever made. I have, like I said, the agreement with the title.
You've given us something for 1, 2, 3, 4 buses, and there's,
I have nothing for S30. S26 I put in there by error because, last night, because that one they want to
there's
trade in.
nothing in here about S26.
But, when you said 4, what was the fourth bus?
You
Oh,
have
57.
Bus 57, bus 5, bus 29, and bus 30. Right here, I see bus 29, and I see no bus number listed on here.
57 is just, that's a municipal bus that we're just ready to retire. It's tired.
That's at the top of the letter. Sorry.
Okay, but
Okay,
there's,
so this is bus
Yeah.
5.
So I don't have anything for that. The title is, it's
I know.
our
you
vehicle.
do not know it's
Oh,
bus
I am
5
well
because
aware,
there's
Jen. I
nothing
tracked
to
it.
reference that. I'm going to assume this is bus 5.
So we're going to assume Frederick's
Is bus
bus 5.
Yes.
Okay, but I don't have bus 5's insurance.
Bus 5
Do one at a time. Bus 5, where is their insurance?
I sent that last night as well. Let me. Right here.
Lydia?
Sorry, Lydia.
Awesome.
The top
All
one.
right, so we're going to pause on bus 5.
Okay.
We're going to go to bus
29, which is here, which is bid number 2005. Here's bid number 2005. So we have a title, we have an insurance card, we don't have a contract.
And this is bus
S20.
No,
This is bus S29.
But she told us we are not going to get a contract because the sub buses don't have contracts, which I noted to have us do later.
Okay, and then we have nothing on bus 30.
What's
Right, 'cause
this?
this says 23, 29, 66.
What's this?
60117 goes with this here.
That's Frederick?
Yes.
This is 5. So this is 5. Okay, these are 5.
Is 117 bus 5? 117 is in theory bus 5.
Bus 5.
Yeah. Okay, this one is,
That lines up with Gardner.
All right, here's bus 5.
okay, that's bus 5. So we have, in
We have
theory,
insurance contract and title for bus 5.
okay. We have, well, all we're gonna get for 29.
Yeah, and we have nothing for
And we have
bus
nothing for 30.
And I went through every file folder that I could possibly find in the office. We pulled out all of the old folders that we had for buses that were retired, and I went one by one, and we could not find anything on S30 at all.
How, in heaven's name, do we actually know that this person paid for this bus? Other than the fact that he has it.
You don't.
Great, okay.
You absolutely don't.
There wasn't even a bus 30 like submitted to us.
Oh,
with
no,
that
it's literally
information.
just on there. It's been
I
on the
actually
document.
found it when we were looking for the titles, when Andrew and I started going through this and cleaning it. I think I was sitting right here, and I'm like, where did S30 come from? I've never even heard of the bus.
Right here.
Yeah, I was sitting right where he is. I'm like, I've never seen, I had to make 3 phone calls to find out who even was the contractor or owned the vehicle.
So how can you give the title back to them if you don't even have it to give to us?
Well, I just know that it's
Michelle was not
sitting.
here when this
No, I'm
problem.
just-
I know. I just want to all
I'm asking the
remind
question.
ourselves that Michelle was not here at the beginning of the
That
meeting.
we inherited this.
No. It's a very valid question. I just.
Well, it's sitting on his property
You've
right
got the
now.
title.
I have the title.
Well, then why don't we have a copy of it?
Well, that I don't know, but that's what generated this
Oh,
whole thing, is
copy
we need
of
to
the-
get
Do
rid
we
of the
have a
title to
copy of
us
it?
we
Yep,
don't have.
S30. This is S30, right? I don't even, yeah. Yep, S30. Thank you, Lydia.
What else you got in the pile there?
What would you like?
I don't want to lose anything.
So many things. Okay. So, are we good with bus 5? being able to vote on bus 5?
Yes.
Yes, correct?
Yes.
We are good as we're gonna get for bus 29.
Yes.
What is going on with 57?
We want to dispose of that.
But like, do we have any documentation? We own that one?
That's one that we own, yes. Yep.
Do you have any paperwork on it?
I cannot tonight, but I can certainly, if you would like
But,
paperwork, I can.
North
We've
Kingstown School
expended,
Department bought that bus. We had
It
the bus
has-
on our lot. We,
over 207,000 miles, and without putting another $8,000 to $10,000 into it,
what are we replacing it with?
So wait,
as of right now, nothing.
have
That
we been
will be,
using it?
I'm sorry?
Have we been using it?
No,
So we
not.
had a bus just there that,
No, we've used it if we've had to, but unfortunately, I can't safely and consciously send it out knowing that we have to put $8,000 to $10,000 into it, and it's,
Why does it say number 9 on it? Is it, this is 57 though?
financially, it's not really worth keeping at this point.
Michelle, this,
Oh,
the
no,
title
I
that
got
you just
it.
gave us says number 9 on it. Up in the top.
Because, so, the contractor that is the contractor for bus 9 is the person that had S30.
so that's what, S30.
Yes, so Mr. Morton, and he has the contract for 9, so somebody had put 9 on it probably so they could reference it. I
But
don't quite have
this
the
is
answer for that.
The bus that we know is on his property that we
Correct.
don't always- that
Correct.
we don't have anymore.
Christopher, his father was Robert.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so, keeping up. We can say yes or not say yes to 57, but we don't have to say yes today. The only downside of not saying yes to 57 today is that we're gonna pay insurance on
57
it.
is not even on the agenda, it's only 35
Yeah, it is,
and
it's at the
29.
top, please
Mhm.
advise it is time to officially retire
Oh,
bus
it's not
It's
physically.
not on the
Okay,
agenda.
so we're gonna come back to
Oh.
57. We'll circle back on 57.
You get
Okay.
35 and 29.
35 and 29 are on the agenda.
35 and 29.
All right, so we just didn't.
Okay, so we'll circle back on 57. Can I get a motion for,
I will make a motion to approve.
Can I ask, sorry, can I ask one question before?
Sure.
Going forward, or potentially already right now, are all these documents going to be uploaded onto a server?
Yes.
Okay.
They've already been scanned. We've already started a file where we have the insurance, where we have the titles. Everything is
Okay.
there.
okay, so,
We're like in a motion, so we're gonna have.
no, we're in discussion, so if we
Okay.
want to approve any of these, we can do them as, somebody can make a motion to do all of item D, which would include 1, 2, or 3, or we could just take them one by one. Your choice.
I will make a motion to approve all of item D 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll see 57 at a future meeting. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Huh?
Can we just? let
Do you,
the
excuse me,
president
do you want me to leave the titles tonight and somebody can sign them? So I can return them to the contractor?
Who's signing the titles?
I don't know. I think prior to me, possibly, it was just somebody in my office.
It's me.
But we're signing those titles back over.
I mean, it should be the chair. sitting
Yes,
back on
yes, I'm sorry, I thought you meant, okay, I thought you meant who's signing.
Here, put them in the
I'll
folder,
set-
and I will
And I'll get them back to you tomorrow.
sign those
Thank you.
later.
Thank you very much.
Can I make a motion to move up item G to be next?
G,
Second.
G.
G.
G is in Gregory.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate you. I'm just saying, sister to the school year.
No, I know.
Kid, did I get a motion and a second to move it?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 We're moving G to next. Okay. Motion for G, please.
Make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, discussion? No discussion? Great. Hearing no discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Lydia, for your service and above and beyond. copying.
And your copies.
Okay, moving back to
C.
Yep, C. Can I get a motion for C, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Sorry, can I make it? All right, Jen has a motion to discuss the.
I know, but wait, is Steven?
I don't know. Oh, maybe.
I just,
maybe.
or we
Okay.
can just tell
Okay, let's pick up. I don't.
Second. Is David?
Does the interim, do we need to do something to that sweeping?
No, you could, you're
Oh, you
free to
can
leave.
go.
Okay.
Unless you really want to say,
All
okay.
right, we appreciate you.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, thank you.
We appreciate your service to the North Kingstown School Department.
Okay, sorry, Jen, you can go back.
You're right, yeah, thank you for not putting AC back on.
Okay.
Okay, so we were on C, correct?
Yes.
What's the motion?
Motion to discuss?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, so we've also discussed the lease for the central administration office at Quonset. Dr. Doohan, can you explain?
Yeah, so we are proposing a 3-year lease. Reason for the 3-year lease is because we will be saving money in the end by going with 3-year. If we only sign a 1 year, then our monthly rent would be $12,445, and a 2 1-year extension, that would be $12,881. So it's more affordable for us to go with the 3-year, and that is. No, I told you it's not correct. Why is that in this email? Right up here. Okay, I'm sorry, I read it wrong to you. It's late. The lease here for the 3-year is going to be $12,445
And 83 cents.
and 82 cents. If we do 1-year extensions from what we currently have, it'll be $12,881. So we're saving roughly $400
Yeah.
by doing 3-year. Sorry, I read it wrong.
Okay. No, that's what you said.
Yeah, which is like $4,800 for the
Questions from
year.
the committee?
I have a few. So, we were supposed to be out of this building. I know we can't move into GA, but so we're basically, this has gone up. Our current rent is $10,000 a month. And so now we're proposing to go with a 3-year extension. Our rent's going up to $12,000 a month. So we're basically going up $26,000 a year. For the next 3 years. And so it sounds like the difference between a yearly lease and a 3-year lease over the 3-year period is approximately $1,300 over the 3-year period. For me personally, I'm not comfortable tying us into another 3 years here on a building that this committee voted that y'all were supposed to be out of 2 years ago. And I know that Leslie has been looking, but this is one of the single largest expenses, and I'm just wondering, there has to be another option.
Yeah, I mean, we can keep looking. We've been looking for.
Yeah, and I know
another
that you
place to
have.
go.
I genuinely know that
that's-
you have been looking for a place to go, but to lock into a 3-year lease right now,
Well, I think one of the goals too, and this is for the rent to be 0. Like that was the original intent, right? No, and this is no shade. The goal was to move to one of our existing facilities so that we would not have a hundreds of $1,000s lease every year. And so that was the original goal. We thought that goal would be achieved at DA. I am concerned about this amount. I also don't have any free suggestions in this moment, and so I don't disagree with you, Jen, but I also am concerned, if we go out and try, rent at places is not
It's not gonna go down.
Yeah.
No,
They're just
but
gonna
I
keep
also
going
don't
up.
think, I don't wanna lock us into a 3-year
No, I
lease
know.
over a $1,400
No, I know.
difference. I also have a question, like, we budgeted $125,000 for this year, and now I'm hearing it's gonna be $150,000, so we're, like, we gotta come up with another $25,000 for this year.
Can I ask a question too? If we lock in to only 1 year, did they, like, what is the option to renew for a second year? Because could then it be, go up to 14,000 a month, or, you know,
They can do whatever they want.
right, so I think that's the other risk we have to think of, is that there's no lock-in, and do we even in a year think we're gonna find where we could move to a building where it'd be no cost?
I mean, we're not gonna be moving into a building where there's no cost. I mean, we have our building, all of our buildings are being used.
Yeah, I agree, I just
So
wanted us to realize that.
our goal is to find something that is cheaper if possible.
Let me ask a stupid question. So other school districts, right, like, where do their admin people live?
They have buildings that they've owned, or they work with, or they have combined buildings with the town.
How much would it be to buy?
A lot of them use, a lot of them repurpose, like, school buildings.
And it could be cheaper for us to buy.
That's what, I think that's the part that bugs me the most. That's the part that bugs me the most, is that we are taking money, taxpayer money, and not investing it, like, in infrastructure. Like, I would be fine with this number if it was a mortgage payment, because then at least we would be getting assets for the town. I think the lease part is the part that makes me feel the ickiest.
Can I ask a crazy question? Is there anywhere in the town we could go?
We have talked about that with the town manager before, and I don't think the answer is yes, right? Like, we had talked about the potential, because they also have challenges with their office space. We talked about trying to think of a space or a place to move both ones, because right now they're in the building that some of our administration left, the one near the high school. That's where a lot of the town employees are.
Yep.
And so we did have some of those preliminary conversations, but I definitely don't think there's any existing space. Yeah, there's some town need as well, which I thought would be interesting to explore, but there's no where to go. So it sounds like
we could go back and tell them that we just want to go with the 1 year.
Have we gotten any other quote? I know Leslie was investigating other spaces. Have we gotten
there
any?
There was one other space down the road, but timing-wise, it just didn't work out with us to be able to.
Did we get a sense of how much it was a month?
It was going to be a little bit less. I don't have the exact number, but
no, I was just curious. Like, I haven't tried to rent a space this big in my life, so I don't know what the comps are.
It was close to this, but it was a little less than we were at.
Yep.
And we have to approve either a year or 3 years, correct? Because it's September 1st, so otherwise we won't have a lease. Is that
no,
correct?
September 30th.
No, it's August 31st.
Where?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do something.
Look at that, 31st.
Because I assume there's no option in our current contract that we could pay month to month.
What's the penalty if we leave?
Yeah, I didn't see
It's probably going to be contained in the original lease. This is just an amendment.
Yeah.
Can we find that? Not that you would want to do that, but like.
Yeah.
Wasn't there something where there's an out if you
I'm
give them so many months?
I'm concerned that no, you can tell them we're vacating. I think that's what we talked about.
You can always tell them you're vacating, but typically what your standard commercial lease would require you to pay out the balance unless they are able to sublet the lease, you know.
Right.
So if you owe them 10 months at $12,000, you'd still owe them that 10.
But can we find? We don't have the original.
I don't have it. Well, I shouldn't say I don't have it in front of me.
No, I'm looking to see.
And when this is Fourth Amendment, so this is now the fourth lease we'd have with them. Yeah, so
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot more than zero.
It is a lot more than zero, and a little bit more than what we had budgeted. And also, we're locking in, like, we're making future commitments. Basically, if we do a 3-year lease, then we have no choice but to allocate that much money from our next two budgets as well, which we have no idea what's gonna happen with federal funds and who knows, right? So,
Yeah, I think my fear is, like, rents are just gonna go up. I can't see them going down in the next 3 years.
everyone gets to work from home. Goodbye.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. Is
I'm
there-
not joking, that's a free option. I don't like it, but
Is there
I,
space in Davisville Middle School?
Not really.
You say not right now.
I mean, that media
What
center's
does
pretty
that
big.
mean?
If we would have to
I heard that locker
take
room's
a
available.
shift of
I was gonna say,
That's
that's
why
about
you're clearing out
That's about
50
it.
lockers.
and do some redistricting and look at more students going
No.
over to, like, that's what I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
there isn't unless we do something.
Right, because it's,
I was just trying to think of existing buildings.
You'd have to decentralize, you'd have to have a couple at DA, a couple, you know,
Also,
you have
I mean,
to,
the goal is to try to get all of us together.
I
if
know,
we
I know.
can, not separate us more, but
everyone to the D building.
and then we could pick whose house to have the names at.
Town hall.
no, we go to town hall and
Yeah,
lots of
we
stuff
should
at
have
town
done-
council
Well,
meetings.
if they'd let us, right?
Oh, they would let us. Okay,
Anybody
so
have
in the interest
strong
of
preference
time,
Either way.
Should we move on and while you're looking for the lease or what?
no one's finding us the lease.
Okay.
We have the lease, he's going.
Oh, you're looking,
Yeah.
oh, thanks, just kidding, I'm sorry, I didn't think we had
I
that.
thought, that's
Nope.
what I thought he was doing.
And we, I'm going to-
Yeah, let's move on and circle back,
I'll
because
check
I'm just
out.
curious about, I'm not comfortable with the 3-year lease for a variety of reasons, but I also,
Would be good to know how we could get out of it. We don't
Yeah,
know
just-
that right now.
yeah.
So maybe it's not
So
as
I will make
bad
a motion
as
to
we
table
think.
C for now.
no, we're not, we're just gonna
We're
skip
just
it.
skip
and
it?
then-
Okay, we're skipping it.
Alright,
E.
great, can I get a motion for E,
I'll
please?
make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any questions from the committee?
Um,
This is just the revised, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. The report card dates.
Yep. Okay. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we need to do H, can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to appeal Rye's decision in case number 2519A and move for a stay.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to I. Can I get a,
Motion
no,
to-
yeah, motion table.
Motion to table.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said. You're liable for the
Unless
entire
you can-
balance.
unless they can sublet it.
At their option, by the way, they don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to.
So if
can
they
just take
decide
the
they
money.
want to sublet it, they can't sublet it, they would have to credit you, they don't have to.
Okay. Do we want to circle back or do we want to keep going?
Let's keep going and then we can circle back.
Okay.
Because we were getting these, Jay? Can I get a motion for Jay?
This is
The Building Advisory Committee recommendation?
I make a motion to discuss.
A second?
Second.
Okay, questions from the committee? It's,
Which one is this?
it's J1, but like it, I don't understand,
Page
there's,
302.
it's the CIP.
Okay,
Approve and
okay.
reprioritize the CIP associated scope of work and forward that plan to the school committee for their review and approval. It's that, it's the one we were talking about before,
Okay,
but we didn't
okay.
vote on. Although I'm concerned about how it's listed on the agenda, but
Okay, so,
So- What I was gonna say, is this what we, it was just a presentation, this is actually, is this
No.
something we said
no,
to
this was the
move
one that we
forward?
said, this is the one that we have to make a vote on, so,
it actually didn't matter for me to vote, remember?
Yeah, couldn't we vote the next time when we actually get the information?
yeah, we either don't vote or we vote yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
can table it, you can vote yes. The only thing I think, what we decided
We
is if you
can't
voted
not-
no,
We can't vote no.
then that would delay everything.
Delay it till February, right.
Yeah, we don't wanna do that, so, yeah. So, Ken, do you have a preference?
I do not have a preference.
Okay.
Wait until we have the cost estimates and we come back and
Yeah,
September.
we'll approve and reprioritize.
Okay.
So,
Alright, so let's do that then.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to table?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
Make a motion to discuss K.
Can I get a second?
Second.
So I just, wanna just make sure I sent you all some comments, just that they would be noted.
Yes, we have that in the policies. And these were draft, we were not.
Yes, no, I
these
know
were
they
not
were
getting ready
drafts,
to
so,
go,
yeah,
so
okay.
we got all that added, and then the high school.
The high school has
should
to
be
send out,
so-
Okay, great, thank you.
Alright, so I need to put that on for future meeting? Correct.
Yeah, put that on for the next disciplinary meeting, high school.
Okay, just high school.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the next item, unless there's further discussion.
Nope.
Okay, and can I get a motion for L, please?
I will make a motion to approve based on a start date no later than 9:15.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Do you want us to vote and then Ken usually will?
Well,
Okay, nope,
Yeah,
nope,
yeah.
nope, got it. Can I get a motion to approve?
Vote and then I'll.
Yep. Okay, so we're on L, we have, so a motion, any further discussion on L?
No.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to extend.
Make a motion to extend 10:10.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's go.
Hold on, I'm opposed.
Okay. So we'll go back. Got this, Jules?
I think you got C and E. I might have missed E though.
No, we got.
No, we did E.
We got-
They
No,
didn't count
you
ours.
just have C.
Yep, C.
C and the correspondence.
Yeah, C and correspondence.
I really don't wanna lock us in for 3 years, but I
I
hear.
need a motion.
Oh, I make a motion to discuss C, sorry.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I don't wanna lock us in for 3 years, but I hear the concern that we might be worse off than 12,000 in a year.
Yeah, I strongly feel like the rent could go up to like 14 or 15.
Ken, do you think they'd be willing to do 2 years?
We can find out. I mean, they've been very willing to working with us.
Or
all
1 year
along.
with an option to
So-
renew for 2 at the same price?
I know, but the problem is you're not gonna know that, like, we have
No,
to vote on something tonight.
No, you vote with, you
Yeah.
do a if or, like you say,
Before, okay.
like you could still move it forward.
So you could say, if they agree to the 2 years, we approve, if not, we approve the 3 years.
Yep, or just,
Okay.
like we could do options. I think. I don't know, other thoughts from the committee, discussion?
I don't think they're gonna keep the cost the same if we're going less. You know, if we just say we want 1 year, then I don't think we're gonna get it for the 12,445 when they already said what that would be.
What's the 1 year price?
I said it's like
It's like 400 more.
it's 400 more.
Oh, I don't have anything, we don't have that though, right?
Yeah,
That's
so
just,
if you do 2 1-year extensions, it would be $12,081. So it's another $400. It's $440. It's like $440 more a month.
Mhm.
It's
I mean, we've been talking about getting out of this lease for like 3 years.
No,
now.
it's very
Yeah.
frustrating too, and it's
Yeah.
not the administration's fault, but
No.
like, this is not a good use of
not
money
gonna
that
say-
could be going to
Right.
students, and it drives me bananas that we are in this situation that we should have never been in, and it's no one's fault around this table by any means, but like, that is not, it's just such a waste of money for something that we should have a better solution for, and I think, this committee was really hopeful that we would be able to find a solution beforehand, and even dictated that we had to find a solution beforehand, and here we are again. I can't in good faith approve a 3-year. I would approve a 1-year, but like there has to be a better solution than wasting this money.
I know, but you're gonna waste more money by approving a 1 year, and next year it goes up to 15,000. Because I don't think in a year we're gonna be in one of our buildings. Like we don't have that option of moving.
No, but
into
I
any
did
of
hear
our
Ken say
buildings.
that other space that we looked at was less than what we were talking about right now, but didn't work out because of timing. So like there could be options for other
could be.
lease places.
Could be, or we.
I hear you, Sherry. And like,
Yeah, like I just think it's, you know.
A building. There was a building for sale.
Yeah, I'd rather buy a building than.
Sure. I mean, I feel like it's all unknowns.
And well, I think that's where it's frustrating too, Sherry, because we're hoping not to have unknowns. Like I think the school committee had voted at one point, like for the administration to move to DA, and then we voted for the administration to come back and find us other options to get us out of the space. And for lots of reasons, we're here again. So that's where it's like, it wasn't discussed. It was voted on by two different boards that like we need to leave the space, and then we're sitting here again being presented with a 3-year lease. And like it's not the administration's fault, but it's still here after 2 mandates of please leave this space because it's not a good use of our students' money.
That's why I can't sign for 3 years, because after 2 votes saying you've got to find something else, I can't sign up for 3 years. I can't. That's just locking in. That's like the direct opposite to what I voted on for the past 2 times.
Yeah, and my concern is that what if we do find something in less than 3 years?
We're stuck.
Yeah.
Can we vote on, even though we don't have the 1 year in front of us, can we vote on that, Andrew?
I mean, they're not proposing a 1-year lease to you, so you can authorize the superintendent to go back and try and negotiate a 1-year lease.
But it's a 2 1-year extension. With the first year at 12,081,
But-
and the second year at 13,330.
But then we'd have to have a special meeting then to approve it before August 31st.
What was
No,
that?
you could
have a
wait.
what?
I don't. What are you reading from? Because I don't
Yeah,
think I have what you
don't
have.
that. What did you just read?
Where are we? What's happening?
You don't have, that was.
Did you not present that part?
That was an email I got from Leslie today.
But it came in on August 6th. Can you go and copy that?
The whole thing?
I don't know, something,
Just the first
whatever
page.
it has.
Just the
the
first
information.
page.
Rob, I'll make a copy.
Thank you, Jules.
It goes at, what that first page is saying, it was the email just between Leslie and the person at Quonset, is that it's going to be cheaper for you for a longer term.
Well, yeah.
So we
That's
get-
so
Yeah, no, it always.
Once the 2 1 year, the first year is 12,008, and then it goes up to 13,000 for the second year, if you're just doing 2-year extensions. So it continues to increase.
So we could lock in for 1 year for 12.
That's
And
usually
the
how it goes. It'd be more than the
second year
12,
for
whatever they're
13?
asking for now.
Or are we locking in for 1 with the option to roll into 2?
We'll find out when we get the piece of paper that Jules is.
It doesn't say that on that paper.
But that's all, I mean, those are all typical negotiations. It's gonna be more
Yeah,
for
the
1 year, but if that
cheaper longer
protects you
you go out,
longer,
yeah.
and it's gonna be even more for 1 year with an option, whether it's your option or well, you want your option. I mean, usually they'll do that, it's just gonna be a price increase.
Yeah.
But for what you're saying, that might be, it might be worthwhile for a couple $1,000s more over the year to buy that flexibility. It's up to you.
Which is what we did last year and the year before.
Can we do correspondence?
I was
while we
just
wait?
going to say.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
She was pulling it out.
I'm like, let me actually jump out of your business.
I guess
and
we're
do
gonna
the
leave
rest.
there. We're gonna go to correspondence. Ms. Lima.
It's very short. 731 Lee Wilson, NKSD Asset Protection Plans, 84 Monica Fade Registration Concern.
It's like the one time you need correspondence to be long.
Done.
That's all right.
We shall sit here in silence for 6 more minutes.
Pass it down.
What was the whole thing?
The original lease. From
Oh, got you.
back in the day.
Got you.
So we just need the tops of this. That just is the breakdown.
Thank you.
So would this be in the contract, like, it would be a contract for 1 year with the option for 2 extensions at these amounts?
Yes.
Yeah, can you read? Oh,
Oh, sorry.
We'll get you one, Sherry.
Oh, it's all right. I was like, oh, you could just read it out loud for me. If you sign up for 1 year, your monthly rent would be $12,445.83, and 2 1-year extensions would be $12,881.43 for the first extension and $13,332.28 for the second.
So worst case scenario, 12-4, 12-8, 13-3. That's the worst. That's like, that's how I'm reading it. I could be very wrong though, because that email is clear as mud.
Worst case, if we stayed for the
No, so then
13 would be worst case.
Yeah, so the first year, second year, third year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
how I'm
worst case
reading
would
it,
be
is that it would just, they're telling you what it would increase for each one.
Yeah, so what's the financial difference between what, if we sign and lock in the rate for, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I made it too long. It was my fault. I made it there. But like I'm never warm, so. Thanks, Jules.
But you guys wanted the original lease too.
I mean, ideally, but we're not ready to do that today.
Lydia's better at this than me.
She was quite quick.
You're on a fence.
It's an $886 difference between year 1 and year 3, so what you're asking me.
So the overall would be like $10,000. Like, if we stay 3 years, it would cost us $10,000.
I'll support a 1 year lease.
Yeah.
So what did you say, Erin?
I said I'll support a 1 year with
Yeah,
that.
so this isn't
I
as
can't-
bad.
option for
So
2.
it's not like if we
Yeah.
do the 1 year, we at least know what year
Right.
2 and 3 are gonna be now. Where I was thinking they were just gonna give us some random number.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
So
So this makes me feel better.
I would make a motion to.
This isn't a legal document by any means.
No,
so.
I know. I will say, I will make a motion
Unless it's
to
a bus
authorize Ken to, see if they will give us a lease for 1 year for $12,445 with the option to extend for 2 additional years at the rates listed on this sheet. Is that
Yeah,
reasonable?
no, that's
On
fair.
the
That's
email
what she's saying.
dated
So.
Yeah.
August
on
6th,
the
say the
email.
date of it. And then maybe put the girl's name, Sue.
So, yeah.
Did you, was that an official motion?
Yes,
Can you add the 83 cents?
yes. I
That's
will.
what you meant, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
$12,445.83.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
No.
My recommendation,
I was gonna say, what happens if that's a no?
if it's a no, then we'll see you all at a special meeting before the 31st.
Yeah, that's
We'll be sitting on the curb.
right.
I really think it might be worth our while to engage with a professional that does real estate, like to try to find us either something to buy that is, or like I know that like our very nice business manager looked, but I do think that there are professionals out there that might be able to assist us in finding a space, and that we might want to consider that in trying, because the goal for me is to only be here for 1 more year.
The space ideally should be in.
Ideally, yes. That would make sense.
Because, I mean, we were looking and we were finding, there's some support on the line of Kingstown and East Greenwich. But we also don't want to be too far away from where.
We have to be.
I think we have to be in
We cannot be in town.
Do we have?
I'm sure
The Chari, you actually like Chari, you may have to be. I don't know.
10 or 9 people.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Make a motion.
we made the motion, yeah.
Okay,
So we
so
didn't vote, we
wait, we have to
didn't
vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have to be?